To the Tuesday, June 9th regular city council meeting for the city of Ojai. Roll call, please, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Gilman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem May.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Whitman.
Here. And would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Of course.
Thank
Welcome,
you.
community. Please rise as you are able. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And on the approval of the agenda, I know one change is that the Ojai Fire Safe Council is moving to our next meeting on the 23rd. Any other changes to the agenda? No objections? Okay, we will approve the agenda then. We have one presentation, which is the proclamation honoring Pride Month 2026 and Helen Allen. The proclamation is up there at the podium if you want to go up.
Hey.
Yes, thanks.
All right.
And if we want to do a photo here, just call us out and we'll come up.
So, welcome to Pride Month, everyone. Yes, exactly. Thank you. We had our annual Pride flag raising ceremony on last Friday, and I want to thank Mayor Gilman and Weston and Ben and all of the staff for making it happen. This year was really special because the entire Ojai community lost one of our truly great community members, Helen Allen, who passed away this year. And Helen and her wife Lynn were they were the first ones who started the Pride walk. I think 35 years ago. Is that correct, Kate? 35 years ago. And so everything that we've built to honor the Pride Month is really standing on the legacy that Helen and Lynn provided for us. So with that said, I'll read the proclamation. And I'll ask, I think we have Kate is here, and any other members of Queers of the Valley?
All right.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my goodness, we are just so grateful to be in this wonderful valley, to be with all of you. The 4th annual flag raising this year was the best yet. May that continue to just get better and better and better. 35th annual Pride Walk, like you said. Our 3rd annual Pride celebration, which expanded on all of the work that Lynn and Helen had been doing for those 30-something years. And we're just so honored to be a part of this, working with all of you, with everyone in the Valley, to try to make this as welcoming of a place as possible, not just to queer and trans folks, but to all of the intersectionalities, to people of every race, every immigration status, every gender identity, every socioeconomic status, whether you're housed or not. So what a great place to get to be doing that together.
All right, and with that said, we'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning LGBTQ+ communities form an integral part of the vibrant culture of Ojai, and whereas the diverse LGBTQ+ community continues to contribute to the widespread academic, economic, artistic, and social spheres within the Ojai Valley and beyond, and whereas June is designated as Pride Month to commemorate the Stonewall riots, which occurred in June 1969 and are recognized as the catalyst of the LGBTQ+ rights movement, and whereas the city of Ojai is committed to protecting the civil rights of all its citizens, as well as celebrating diversity, supporting families, fighting discrimination, and protecting the most vulnerable LGBTQ+ community members among us, our youth, seniors, and the unhoused. Whereas the city of Ojai has adopted a flag policy and now raises the pride flag at Ojai City Hall as a statement of inclusivity of the LGBTQ+ community in the city and beyond. Whereas this last year we lost Pride pioneer Helen Allen. Helen's contributions were vital in the initiation of inclusive LGBTQ plus community programming and social opportunities. Whereas Helen's commitment to enhancing the vitality of Ojai for members of the LGBTQ plus community has been evident in their tireless efforts to promote Ojai as a vibrant destination for both residents and visitors throughout the Ojai Pride Walk and social gathering opportunities continuously over the past 34 years will not be forgotten. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ojai City Council and on behalf of the City of Ojai recognize June 2026 as Pride Month in honor of Helen Allen in Ojai, and encourage all residents to recognize the enduring efforts and ongoing contributions of the LGBTQ plus communities in Ojai and nationwide. Thank you.
Take a photo, guys, yeah.
Does everybody want to come up?
Let's do it, come on.
Stand in front of our new dais.
Okay, thank you for that. That was wonderful. Any commission reports?
None received, Mayor.
Okay, and then city manager's report, please.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call our Public Works Director to the podium to give a brief update for us, please. Ms. Palmer.
Good evening, all.
Hi.
So Ben asked me tonight to come and speak about an issue that some of you may have heard about. I know I have, and that is our handicap ramps that we're installing alongside our paving projects. So as we pave our roads, we get to an intersection, a 4-way, a 3-way, a 2, whatever it is, and we like to look at every corner to see if we can put a handicap ramp in. We get some economies of scale when we have our contractor out there doing the concrete work. So I met with a group of citizens out at Mountain View and Grandview.
Grandview, yeah.
I lost my train of thought. So at Grandview, last week, just a small group, and explained to them the reasoning behind those 4 curb ramps on those 4 corners. So number one, it's near a school. It's in a school zone. So it's a half a block west from Topa Topa. And what we are trying to prepare ourselves for, staff in Public Works is also researching some safe routes to school grants. And if we are successful in getting a grant, my recommendation to all of you would be we start in school zones, because that seems to be a really good spot to start putting in sidewalks if you so choose. So we look at all of the intersections when we're paving. Some of them we delete these from the plans because it makes no sense, because it's a bridge to nowhere. And we recognize that appears to be the case out here at this intersection, but we talked about it and just decided to go ahead and do it. So we're in a really good position if we ever decide to put sidewalks in. Furthermore, there's 4 crosswalks at that intersection, so we know children are crossing. So at the very least, in the immediate future, they have somewhere to land if they cross the street and don't have to step in the street. So, and I think Ben, he gave you all a weekly update last week. So, but I'm happy to talk to anybody or answer any questions.
You did mention that before. Thank you for saying it again.
Yes. Questions? Anybody got questions?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anything else? There is something else. The chairs. 4th of July.
Yes.
You guys were going to say something about that.
I think we might withhold comments
Okay.
until the future agenda items portion of the meeting, if that's okay to the
I
council.
have my note. Remind them to say something
Well, your
about this.
notes are
Okay.
excellent.
All
but-
right.
Sorry, should have connected with you on that. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem.
My chair isn't out there yet.
Neither's mine.
I thought you had the couch.
Thank you so much. Okay, then we will move on to public communications, of which I have a few. Ron Solarzano, please. River, this is going to be about the budget item, so that's going to be later, not public comment, unless you have something else to say. Yeah, it will be in that for that item. Larry Steingold, please, and then Helen Pascarella. Hi, Ron.
All right. Hello. Yes, thank you, members of council. My name is Ron Solorzano. I am the regional librarian for the Ojai Valley. And the main thing I want to talk to you all about today is our summer reading program. Summer reading began on June 1st, so just very recently. It's going to run through the end of July, ending on August the 1st. And as usual, we have the youth program. It's a little bit different this year. And for those of you who are here, you'll be able to see this. If not, this is all going to be on our website as well. But this year, in addition to being able to log minutes, we have created a sort of grid of other activities that children and families can take part in order to earn points in the program. These include things like visiting a community park or, planting something in a garden, creating a video about nature to post, things like that. So, you still get points for reading. In fact, you get the most points for reading, but you also get points for these other activities. And as the summer progresses, as we get into July, those points are going to be able to be used in the prize store. So as of July, the prize store will open, and children can go in and spend the points that they've earned on a variety of prizes as part of this program. In addition to the reading and logging and doing the activities, we also have certain programs that are going to be taking place at the Ojai Library. We're going to have things going on every Wednesday, every day of the week, really, but there are certain one-time events that I do want to highlight. On June the 14th and on July the 12th, we're going to have imagination stations set up at the library. These are geared towards children ages 3 to 6, and they're basically extended sessions where we can work with them to kind of imagine that they're involved in a certain type of setting. So we have a farmer's market setting that we're going to have them do, and then a pizza parlor setting later for the one in July. There will not, unfortunately, there will not be pizza there, but it's like a nice family play session for those dates. We're also going to have a presentation on shorebirds for June 15th. I also don't believe there will be actual birds, but it's going to be an educational presentation on shorebirds in the area. That's going to be another part of the program here. And then, of course, finishing off, we have a final family day on July the 28th near the end of the program. That's going to include the Kona ice truck and then also a game truck for kids. We had it last year, if anyone remembers. It was a lot of fun. And then short on time here, so I'm just going to also plug that there is an adult version of the program as well. It has its own little bingo card of activities, so adults can go there and log the books that they read, write reviews for the books, and complete activities to earn points and chances to win prizes as well. More information on our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Larry Steingold, please.
Good evening.
Yes, don't we all?
Good evening. Thank you for your service, and it's sincere because it takes a lot of work to do what you do. Going forward, is it possible for two things to be added to the agenda? One is discuss recording of audio and video of closed meetings. Just put it on the agenda and have a conversation. Vote on it, don't vote on it, but move it along because it was been a big deal around here for years. Also, having a bi-weekly meeting to have conversations beyond 3 minutes, because otherwise we have to track you down and have conversations, and people don't do that. Is it also possible to get a list of all the lawsuits and the costs involved? Because we've been spending millions, and some of that obviously has come from the road budget, which is now down to $2.5 million. So, but continue please to do what you're doing, and hopefully. Oh, if we could have visions, it would be nice if we could each have a vision of everybody, a vision of what you want to see the city 1 year, 5 years from now, because we don't really hear that from the council. On a group, maybe. The plan, yes, but your individual vision, your vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. Helen Pascarella, please. Helena.
Good afternoon,
Thanks.
everybody. It's
Hello.
been a while since I've been here, and
Yeah.
you've remodeled. It looks so official now. and-
Fancy.
yeah. Thank you for letting me take this time to speak to you. I'm not talking about Palestine or the fact that we're in another illegal war in Iran. I'm talking about something local today. And last week on June 2nd, I was at the Vons parking lot, and I heard this horrible crash and screaming, and there was an accident. And I don't know if you heard about the accident
Mhm.
on Highway 33 going into Vons, right? I'm still kind of shaking from it because there was this young woman who was in the car who hit the motorcyclist, and he was like ejected into the other side of the road, like 20 feet from his motorcycle.
Mhm.
And for the first 5 minutes, he didn't move. And I was consoling her, and she was screaming because she thought she had killed him. So my question and my concern is that after words, he moved, and I was like, he's alive, he's alive. But the thing is that I've seen other people make that illegal turn. Are there any plans for putting up maybe like some type of, those little plastic cones that are tall that they have like on HOV lanes, something like that, because people don't realize it. And I spoke to the other people who were witnesses as well, and we all have seen people do that. And it was just, I don't want to wait until somebody
Mhm.
dies. So are there any plans, do you know, or?
After you're finished, I'll ask the chief to respond.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, Chief, would you mind talking about the efforts so far? Thank you.
We on? All right.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I know it's been an area of concern. I actually just tasked my motor officer probably a few months ago reaching out to Caltrans
Mhm.
and for a proposal to get delineators put up. And the feedback and the assessment from Caltrans was that there was not enough crash to evidence, support that, putting the delineators up. But I'm aware it's a problem, and that's one of the topics tonight, our motor program, which the timing is perfect. It's invaluable, the motor program. And that's another area of concern that I've tasked Deputy Burnett with, focusing on there. And it's something we're going to just keep an eye on and focus our resources on that. And that's, the angle that I'm going to take, and just probably zero tolerance for a while until the tone gets set.
Mhm. Thank you for bringing that up. Anybody online?
No, Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, that was a big accident that we all saw. Okay, so moving on to the consent calendar, I know that I'm interested in pulling 5 and 6 because we have speakers here. How do people feel about 3 and 4?
Yeah, I want to pull 3.
Okay. So shall we approve 4?
I'll move to approve 4.
Second on that. Let's do a roll call on 4 and then we'll go down the line.
Yes, Mayor.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Roll call. Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Mang. Yes. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, let's move on to 3. Mr.
Okay.
Whitman, what were you thinking of?
And give us a moment if you would, so Ms. Cho can
Oh, thank
join
you.
us up here
Wonderful.
if you don't mind.
Yep.
Thank you. Switch out the name badge really quickly if we
Mhm.
can. Just give us a
Sure,
moment.
sure.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, Councilmember,
Yeah.
I believe you pulled this item. We're happy to take your
Yeah.
questions.
Did you have a question on 3?
On 3? Yeah.
Yes.
That's the minutes of city council, right?
No, 3 is the warrants.
Okay. Which one was the minutes? That's what I want.
Oh, we just approved the minutes, so we misunderstood what.
Okay.
You had a change
No,
for the minutes?
the problem is I'm looking at the minutes. And
Okay,
so, which item was that?
the minutes were 4.
Yeah. So, okay. So on item can I?
Well, can we
address
just
item 4?
retract it and make hear what the change request is? Is that easy enough?
We can do that, and
Okay.
we can just take another vote
Okay.
on the change.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So on item 4, there's actually 3 places that I
Okay.
think could be more accurate.
Mhm.
On for from the minutes, item number 7,
Mhm.
consideration of the city's ability to shift. It says, no action taken. I think to be accurate, it should say that a vote was called for, but since the majority indicated it would not support change, the city attorney and the city manager concluded that the proper handling was to report as no action taken.
That sounds like there's intention language in it.
Oh, I don't need any intention. I just
Okay.
wanted to report the fact that a vote
Okay.
was called for and then
Yes.
and that didn't occur.
What page was that on, if you don't mind me asking? Just
20.
20. Okay, let's see.
So no, I think officially no motion was made and therefore no action was taken. We could say that no motion was made to,
Well, I think I did make a
Um,
motion. That's my point.
Oh.
Is that I did make a motion, and then it was concluded that a motion wasn't
Mm.
The proper-
appropriate if we weren't going to take action.
Mm.
So I don't care how the wording is.
Okay.
I'd just
Let
like
us
it to reflect.
revisit that and we'll put these on
Okay.
the next meeting's agenda.
Okay.
We'll postpone this item.
Thank you.
That
Um,
direction.
Mhm.
The next one is in the future agenda items, the next page.
Okay.
And it said the full council requested a call-up of the planning commission's denial. My recollection is that the mayor asked for the call-up, and it was seconded by Leslie Rule. I know that I didn't
Mhm.
participate in that, I don't think.
So would it be correct to say that the council requested a call-up? Because, or whatever it needs to be.
We can correct that in the
Mhm.
minutes
Yeah,
for
I
when
mean,
we bring it
whatever
back
needs
for
to
next,
be.
at the next
Mhm.
meeting.
Okay, and then the very next item
Mhm.
references a future item for fire ember screens.
Mhm.
And what I recall is that we discussed the idea of an item to address highly hazardous or flammable trees, and that ember items was added to that. With the
I heard it. I remember it the opposite.
I
But
do too. I remember it the opposite because I made the
The-
motion.
the
I would
proposal
not-
was the
It
amber
was
screens.
specific to fires, to
That's
ember
fine.
screens. I mean, however we want to do that, but it
Mhm.
was specific to ember screens.
I did want it to include the ember screens. I
Mhm.
also wanted it to include the idea that we're of identifying hazardous trees and look at mitigating that.
so
Maybe we can put that on.
we could
future
put it on
agenda
today.
Items
Mhm.
today.
I mean, if you
tonight.
feel like if it didn't happen at this meeting, let's put it on under future items for after today, at the end of today's meeting.
Okay.
Which I would favor.
Those are all the comments on the minutes.
Okay, so I'm hearing you'll go back and we'll look at the recording
Staff is
again.
happy to do that, yes.
Thank you. So then we'll retract that.
Well, and we'll bring them back, obviously, at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So did somebody want to pull the warrants number 3?
I just have one quick question for you, Brenda.
Okay.
On page 11,
Mhm.
check number 80708, the JMG Security Systems. I'm
Mhm.
sorry.
And sorry, which page number again?
Page 11,
Okay.
check number 80708, second from the bottom.
Okay.
The JMG Security Systems
Mhm.
says deposit for installation of security equipment. And I was wondering what that is and what like the total cost would be.
I believe that is for the rec department. They needed an upgrade in their alarm system.
Yes, sorry, thank you. Took me a moment, but that is
Okay.
exactly what
Mhm.
it is. Thank
All right,
you.
perfect, thank you.
I think that's it. Okay, so I'll move to approve a consent item number 3 then. Second from anyone?
I'll second.
Wonderful. So let's call a roll on that and then we'll go to the other 2. Thank you.
Roll call. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Mang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Wonderful. And then now on number 5, appointment of the Area Housing Authority Commissioner. Mr. Dolan is not here, but we have Ricardo Torres from the Area Housing Authority to come up and say a few words about the agency. Thank you, sir.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Good evening, Mayor Gilman, Mayor Pro Tem Mang, esteemed members of the City Council and City staff. My name is Ricardo Torres, Director of Government and Community Affairs with the Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura. So we proudly serve the City of Ojai, Fillmore, Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, Moore Park, and the unincorporated areas of the county. I have the privilege of working with a 15-member Board of Commissioners, which is keeps me pretty busy, as Westman can attest to. The Housing Authority is proud to serve the residents of Ojai through our public housing and housing choice voucher programs, which help families, seniors, veterans, and individuals with disabilities access safe, stable, and affordable housing. One thing unique about our board is that each jurisdiction that we serve gets 2 citizens appointed to our commission, and then we have a resident commissioner. For a few years now, the City of Ojai has only had 1 commissioner on our board, and that's Commissioner Steve Mason, who does a wonderful job representing the City of Ojai. And fortunately for the City of Ojai, our resident commissioner also is a citizen of Roth Apartments in Ojai. So in essence, you also have that representation as well. But there, for a really long time, has been 1 seat available. And I think that's the item that you have before you today. So we're really excited to kind of see the council appoint that seat. As of today, or actually as of March 31st, which is when our data is current, we assist Ojai residents through 50 housing choice vouchers, and we have 135 public housing units in the City of Ojai. Behind those numbers are individuals and families who are able to remain housed and maintain stability and continue contributing to the community they call home. I really want to take this moment and this evening to express our appreciation to the City of Ojai for its continued partnership and collaboration. The Housing Authority serves 7 jurisdictions, as I mentioned, and one thing that we have learned is that strong partnerships are essential to addressing the housing needs of our communities. We are fortunate to have a strong, positive, productive working relationship with the City of Ojai, and we greatly value the city's commitment to supporting its residents. On behalf of the Housing Authority, thank you, staff, City Council, and the Ojai community for your continued support and partnership, and we look forward to building that partnership in the years ahead. And then lastly, just a quick update for the council. Our board recently appointed Ms. Carrie Sabatini as our new Housing Authority Executive Director. Carrie has served as our Deputy Executive Director and has been an integral part of the organization for many years. We're really excited for her leadership and look forward to continuing our work in service to Ventura County's and Ojai's residents under her direction. And thank you for your time, for your partnership, and thank you for your consideration to fill the vacant Ojai seat that we have on our board.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Or I'd like to move that we forward Mr. Dolan to the Ventura County Area Housing Authority Board with many thanks. Any discussion?
I just have
go ahead.
a comment. I think I've raised it before, especially with these boards where their activities don't frequently come in front of us. I think it would be good to have some type of protocol where we get like a quarterly report, presentation from one or the other of the commissioners, so that we are aware that that's going on.
I would like that as well. Okay, any more discussion? I would like to make sure that Mr. Whitman's request is noted so we can work on that.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, this has been brought up before. We'll put this on the working agenda and the parking lot item to make sure we schedule it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Got it.
All right, roll call, please.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem May.
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Torres, for coming. And then item number 6, the inaugural vacancy of the Public Safety Commission, of forwarding of Mr. Randy Coggin to service there. Mr. Coggin, if you'd like to come up and say a few words. Thank you. That's okay. We got all the time in the world.
Well, enjoy this. It'll probably be the fewest words you ever hear from me. I am truly honored to be given a position, if approved, on the commission. And I look forward to using my varied public safety background along with Larry and Jim and the other 2 TBD commissioners, and to make this commission an example for all boards and commissions in the city. again, thank you, and thanks for your confidence in me. And Rachel, I can't wait to hear what you're going to share with us in July.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Any questions?
Just congratulations, Randy.
Yeah.
I can think of very few who are as good of a fit for this as you, and you're just going to be such an incredible contributor to this commission. So thank you for your service and for being a part of this.
Many thanks. Does that sound like a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second that. Or let me not usurp. You were about to. Okay, second. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you for your service again. Wonderful. Okay, moving on. We are on item number 7, public hearing, report and public hearing of the City of Ojai job vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts.
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to hand things over to Ms. Holman once she's
Thank you.
situated. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah.
You got sparkles on today.
I did.
Yeah, look,
I
that's
have
great.
a little sparkle, right?
Yes, I love it.
Oh, look at that. More sparkle. Alrighty. So good evening, Honorable Mayor and my City Council members. I appreciate the opportunity to present our annual public hearing regarding the City of Ojai's job vacancies and our ongoing efforts in recruitment and retention. This presentation is made in accordance with Government Code Section 3502.3. This section of the code falls under the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, or MMBA, which ensures local public employees have rights related to labor matters. It also requires public agencies to meet and confer on wages, hours, and other conditions of employment. With the passage of Assembly Bill 2561, effective January 1, 2025, all public agencies were required to publicly address position vacancies as part of their ongoing responsibilities. Even though the City of Ojai does not have any recognized employee organizations, AB 2561 still applies to us. That's why we're holding the hearing today, to report out on our current vacancies and share updates on recruitment and retention efforts before adopting our annual budget in compliance with the legislation. Since our last report of May 1st, 2025, we have actively recruited for 9 full-time positions and 6 part-time temporary or seasonal positions. As of May 1st of 2026, the following positions are vacant: accountant, transit operations supervisor, trolley driver, recreation leader, lifeguard. And I lost the rest of my page.
And rec
Here
leader.
it is. Recreation leader and lifeguard. Because the transit operations supervisor role is a critical role, it is currently filled with an interim appointment as we go through our active recruitment. Speaking of active recruitments, we are recruiting for all the vacant positions listed except for the position of accountant, which we successfully filled as of May 26th of 2026. While we have not identified any policy changes that are needed to address any hiring obstacles, we did implement some improvements to strengthen our recruitment and retention efforts. We enhanced the use of our applicant tracking system to make recruitments more efficient and to expand our outreach. This included utilizing the automated background check feature that the program has, interview scheduling, and sponsored job boards. We developed a benefit summary that gives employees a clear one-page view of their benefits package. We introduced an online benefits portal to help onboard new hires and manage annual open enrollment elections. And we continue to recognize our employee contributions through appreciation events and awards. So this was a very brief presentation for our public hearing. This is my conclusion of our job vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Questions? It seems as robust as I've ever recalled. So wonderful.
Okay.
Nice work.
Thank you.
I have no public comments on this.
We currently have no raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay. No questions. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Yep. Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
we will need some council action.
Oh,
this is-
discussion.
To receive?
There's no
Pardon me?
action on this one. It's
Yeah, I believe
simply
it's
a
just,
it's
My
a
mistake.
receive the
Receive the
report
report.
and conduct
Alright.
the public hearing.
No worries.
But if
Thank you,
there's
Tusha.
no public comment, we can close the public hearing and move to the next item.
Okay. Oh, it's interesting. Okay, so on the public hearing is only number 7 and doesn't go to 8 and 9?
Just for the budget.
It's technically a separate.
Fine with me.
hearing.
Okay, we'll
Sorry.
close the public hearing and move on to item number 8. So the City of Ojai's proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just going to briefly ask the chief to vacate his seat so that we can have
Stay close, Chief, though.
our finance team come up to deliver this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Mayor, we've got a presentation loaded, so ready when you are.
Ready.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'll be presenting the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. So to begin, the Finance and Budget Committee has reviewed the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget at the May 19th and June 2nd meeting. Finance staff has also met with 2 members of the committee following the preliminary review. Changes have been made to the budget document to reflect the feedback and comments from this committee. The budget document outlines the financial plan and priorities of the city. Developing and monitoring the budget is an ongoing process and can be modified throughout the fiscal year to respond to changes in forecasts, unanticipated events, and to allow for the pursuit and achievement of established city council goals, which are listed on this page. This slide highlights factors of the budget in relation to personnel and staffing. Included in this budget is a cost of living adjustment of 3.5%, does not include the city manager, and has an impact of approximately $172,000. The budget also considers staffing changes to address operational needs and to create growth opportunities. 5 positions have been changed to full-time, as well as 9 positions have been elevated, most of which are budgeted halfway into the fiscal year. This slide highlights some of the anticipated costs that are also included in the proposed budget and a couple that are not included for council's consideration. The current agreement with the Ojai Fire Safety Council does extend a few months into the new fiscal year. However, at this time, there are no new fire safety projects or proposals included. Also to note, with the budget document, it does provide a line item detail of the budget, and that also includes the percentage change from the current budget to the proposed 26-27 budget. The 3 major revenue sources are projected with HDL, who specializes in revenue analysis and economic insights. For the prior fiscal year, the city received $2.3 million in sales tax, and when looking at how much we received through April, in comparison to the same measurement period as last fiscal year, we are trending to exceed the current budgeted amount of $2.4 million. Sales tax for next year is projected at $2.5 million. Per HDL's analysis of the latest sales tax update for Q4 of 2025, the city saw a growth of 9.6% when compared to the same quarter in 2024. And for comparison, the county saw a growth of 1.7% and the state saw a growth of 1.1% when comparing the 2 time periods. The current budget for secured and unsecured property tax is $2.4 million. The 26-27 projection of $2.6 million takes into consideration a 2% CPI adjustment. Additionally, for properties that were sold in 2025, the projection also considers the difference between value of the value that's on the tax roll and the price paid for the property, as property is reappraised when there's a change in ownership. And just to note, the graph here does show property tax around trending at 4 million. That's because this includes the vehicle license fees as well.
Mm-hmm.
The trend for transient occupancy tax continues to rise, with next year's forecast to be approximately 8.1 million in the general fund and 12.16 million citywide, including Measure C. This slide shows the allocation of the general fund expenditures by department. And as seen here, the police or public safety accounts for roughly 23% of the general fund budget. And just to reiterate, the individual line item details are included in the budget document. This is just a visual graph to see by department where the allocation is. This slide is an overview of the balanced budget policy and minimum fund balance policy. This highlights that operating revenues must cover operating expenditures, though it is allowable for expenditures to exceed revenues in the case that the fund balance is used towards capital projects or one-time non-recurring costs. Additionally, the minimum fund balance policy states that the minimum balance is to be 100% of the prior year's general fund operating expenditures as the minimum reserve amount. Okay. This slide shows the general fund is structurally balanced, where recurring revenues are greater than recurring revenues, resulting in a structural surplus of $119,000. The one-time cost includes the OUSD grant match and historic inventory survey, which ultimately decreases the fund balance by $94,000. This table is a summary of the general fund balance. The table starts with the beginning balance, followed by revenues and expenditures. The net operating is a difference between revenue and expenditures, and that's followed by the non-recurring costs to get to the ultimate change in fund balance. The ending balance takes into consideration the total change in fund balance, and the amount under the 100% reserve column is prior year's operating expenditures. The unallocated column is the amount beyond the 100% reserve amount. The middle row of this table shows the estimate general fund balance at the end of this fiscal year to be approximately 21.7 million, leaving 5.6 million of the balance unallocated or beyond the 100% reserve amount. And this is a projection of expenditures based on spending through mid-May. The projected ending fund balance for next fiscal year is 21.6 million, of which 4.3 million is unallocated. So that concludes my presentation, and of course I'm available for questions.
Thank you for that. Questions before we go to public comments and then discussion?
I'm just going to ask for clarification. So it says a structural surplus. This is slide 9. The OUSD grant match one time is what we have. It takes it out 125,000. It's deducted, correct?
Yes.
But it hasn't been spent.
It hasn't been spent yet. It was originally included in current year's budget, but I think after discussion, we're anticipated to have that pledge for next fiscal year. The amount of the structural surplus takes into consideration the ongoing revenues and expenditures. So the 125,000 in this scenario would dip a little bit into that structural surplus. So the summation of the OUSD grant match and the historic inventory survey is about 200 some thousand. So instead of seeing a negative 200,000, it's negative 94, because we're taking into consideration we're going to use part of that surplus and dip into the reserve balance in this scenario.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Just on that piece, it was because they needed to make sure they got to that level of the grant, which they not that long ago did. So it didn't come out of our current fiscal, it's going to come out of the next one. So,
Right,
yeah.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
And only if we were doing a matching, right? So it only is coming out if the grant is awarded.
I believe that they're there.
They're there.
Yeah, I believe they're there. But we'll let them speak for themselves. Any other questions?
I have questions, but I think it goes into the general discussion.
Okay.
So I'll hold on.
Okay. All right. I have 2 cards for public comments. Larry Steingold. And then I have River Savignon, please. Larry?
The budget shows less money for roads. It was allocated $4.5 million. It's been cut to $2.5 million. Have you told the people in your districts which roads aren't going to be paved for more years? Because this was part of the deal. You spend the money for the roads and they all get done. Because 30-year roads, 15-year money, this keeps getting stretched out. There are roads that won't get paved for how many more years? 4 or 5? I mean, this is uncalled for. This is just, it's a continuation of decades of not repairing things and taking money from the low-hanging fruit, which is the roads. I mean, everybody's aware that if you need more money, take it from the roads because people don't complain. They just live with them. But once the roads are done, then it's maintenance. It's easier to maintain than it is to do what we're doing on some of these roads. And then you're going to want to build sidewalks, and the money's going to come from the roads. And then they're going to need a sidewalk on Bryant, and the money's going to come from the roads. So there are roads here that may not get paid for I don't know how many years. And it's just not right for these people who have been waiting for what seems decades. So please put money back into the budget for the roads, or take it from somewhere that's not a priority that we can live without for at least the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. River Savignon, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is River Sauvageau.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
I tried. Yep,
You
I tried.
tried, and
I
that's a
tried.
big thing.
I tried.
I lead the making of Ojai's largest public art project, the Ojai Day Mandala, and this will be our 34th year. Since we've been painting around the fountain in the park since 2020, the mandala gets to last for a couple of months. We have probably about 200 people that come and paint with us and participate. And then over those 2 months, we have thousands of people who get to view the mandala as it is fresh, and then it slowly fades and then gets washed off. It's something I think it's one of the most unifying projects that happen in Ojai, where people of all ages, literally we've had 1-year-olds painting in the mandala to 84-year-olds so far. So all ages, all artistic skills, because you don't have to be an artist to paint in the mandala and have it be yours. And then also for people from all economic backgrounds and all political belief and religious beliefs. So it is really unifying. So last year, the city kindly supported us. And again, this is my 34th year. For many years, the city did pay for our materials, but I never got paid. And that was okay for me. But now, this is something that really defines Ojai in a lot of places and for a lot of people. And I'm asking for the Ojai Day Mandala be part of a permanent budget item in Ojai. And I'm asking for $7,000 because right now I'm in a legacy period with this. Because after 33 years, I hope to paint for many more years to come, but I am training the next generation. And that takes a few years. And I want to do, I do weekly workshops right now. I also have started the Mandala Medicine movement, which is to bring this out into the world. And our logo has Chief Peak and Topa Topa Mountain in the middle, so that wherever we go, we know we come from Ojai, that this is based in Ojai. So I'm just really happy to be a person living here for 48 years. I love this community. I have over 40 years of volunteer experience in the arts here. And so I'm asking for your support, and I thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Can you say one more time the amount?
$7,000.
Just wanted to make sure I heard that.
You did hear that right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. That's my last card. Anybody online?
Mayor, we have 2 raised hands
Okay.
for this item. First, we'll have Mr. Miley, followed by Renee. Mr. Miley, you have the floor.
Hi,
Hello.
I participated in the recent Finance Committee meeting. I participated in the recent Finance Committee meeting. I understand the budget and its reserves, and I support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Renee. Renee,
Thank
you
you.
have the ability to unmute, and you may speak.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and staff.
Hello.
Oh, hello?
Hi. Yes.
Oh, okay, you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and staff. I have just a quick comment. I want you to look for fire safety in the budget. It needs to be in there. It's not in there. We have a current contract with the Ojai Valley Fire Safe Council, and I would expect that the city would take the lead on discussions about what the future needs are, but I know they need to get that feedback from the city council members on how you are going to scope and approach fire safety and mitigation efforts in the coming year. And that hasn't really happened yet. So I'm hoping you have time or can begin that process. So I think something should be in there, and there's 0 for next year. The other thing is regarding the historic inventory survey. It's listed as a 1-year item. It was on your presentation as well, but if you look at the budget for Historic Preservation Commission, it's in the 25-26 budget and on the 26-27 budget for $88,000. And my understanding, it was supposed to be for 1 year. So I'm just curious if it is a 1 year or if it was carried over like the grant for the Matilaha proposal. And then legal services. We didn't really discuss this at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, but I do believe the $900,000 budget for legal services is very optimistic. And if you look at what we spent over the last 2 years and where the outstanding lawsuits that we're currently haggling over, I think it needs to be looked at and it needs to be more realistic. And in terms of the structured surplus, I think it might be a better understanding to understand the categories where money is reserved. There are certain accounting terms used to classify that structural surplus, such as certain amounts are reserved for committed expenditures that you're already committed to spend. And I think it might be good to have more detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay. Yes, go ahead. Oh, I know I have a few items, but I'm happy to have somebody else start or me start. If anybody wants to begin.
I'll jump in.
Okay.
I know that we talked about raising our fees and doing a fee study, and I'm not seeing that incorporated. I'm perpetually interested in the amount of money that it's going to take to complete the permanent supportive housing project. I know that we've discussed about the idea that there's going to be a need for a construction manager at roughly $750,000, and there are items that are in the project that aren't being covered by the grant or the contractor, and I'd really like to know what that amount is. And I'd like to know details about the operating costs and when those will begin. I'm not 100% clear on Measure C money. I was kind of surprised to see code enforcement as part of Measure C. And I know that it's in the language of the measure, but the way the measure reads, I would understand that code enforcement to be related to the measures that are implemented that then require code enforcement so that code enforcement as a general proposition should come from the general fund as opposed to Measure C. The idea behind Measure C is that the residents were asked if they wanted to increase the tax, with the idea that the tax would be specified for, very specific purposes. I was also going to ask about roads, because I know at one point in time we were talking about accelerating the paving project, and now we're kind of shifting towards, I think, slowing it down. And I have a very general support for the idea that that should be at the top of our priorities, is to get the paving done. It is a correct assessment that the more we delay, especially the worst of our streets, the more expensive it's going to be to get them into repair. It's also important that once we get to the point where all of our streets are in pretty good shape, then the annual maintenance of that is going to be much better. And I'll eventually have a new list of worst streets. Hopefully Libby's being taken care of in the next few months.
It's on the list, yeah.
Just anecdotally say that I was up on North Montgomery not too long ago. And I drive the street next to El Roblar virtually every day.
Ventura.
And I don't understand how a construction project occurred and then the street wasn't paved at the close in conclusion of the construction project. So as a general proposition, the recreation department is shown to generate $565,000 a year, and the expense of it is $750,000 a year. And I would, like for us to be looking at a break-even proposition, so maybe looking at our fees for services, for classes and all the rest of that.
We can come back to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Do we want to address the questions all at once or individually? Would you like to proceed?
Yeah, no, good question. Some of these I also have on my list, so if you did want to address some of them now, but you can, and then I won't have to, or
It's
it won't go.
however you want to have the discussion.
Why don't we, let's give it one pass. Yeah. Do you have anything you want to say right now?
He's brought up the issues that I concerned.
Okay, I'll go. So the fee study is something that I was also interested in because that will change a lot of our dynamics as that report generates. That's one item I was hoping to see or that we can talk about. The roads are interesting. And Ms. Palmer, tell me if I say anything incorrectly right now. So the design phase has been budgeted. So for the next part of the road paving, Ms. Palmer mentioned they're working on the design right now so that when the funding comes in, there won't be a pause. And I thought that we would look at this report and see what is that unallocated piece, that's the first piece, and decide or ask the question, should we keep the road paving on track? I think there's a lot of motivation to do that potentially. But then secondly, the budget committee is taking two important pieces that they've already stated publicly to evaluate and bring forward to this body. One is an evaluation of the reserve policy. That's one of the next things we'll be taking up. Not to say it needs to change, but even a 10% change in that would yield, a substantial amount. And the second is Measure C. How should the allocation of Measure C work? So those are two items that have already been publicly stated that my hope would be as the year progresses, we do see the road paving stay on its current track, not slow down. That's one other piece. Finally, actually I have two more, sorry. I would suggest we do what we did last year, which is it's page 82 of the large packet. And if if you see in fire mitigation, that line, I propose that we do what we did before. We put in $1 million as a placeholder, not dedicated to anything yet, but we know that's something we are going to be doing, and that the Fire Safe Council, as just one vendor among many, has already begun having conversations about when their contract ends at the end of September, what's next. So anyway, that's a proposal there that I would hope we would entertain. Then, as was mentioned earlier, for the rec department budget, this would be page 65. I don't know if this is the right line item, but under contract services, let's say, or whatever makes the most sense, I would propose a $7,000 increase, and that would be for this year's mandala and also training for future mandalas, which we did something similar last year. This is really for the budget committee to take up, but we did get some public comments last time and also over email around just looking again at the cannabis tax. I would love to see the budget committee look at that and evaluate it, not hold up the budget now, but just, it's not a huge line item, but it is something that we just evaluate that compared to other cities and bring that forward to our council again. Those are my few items.
And I would second that.
Yeah, me
Cool.
too.
Yeah, I think it's
Thank you for that.
worth reviewing.
Okay, great. That's it.
Well, you stole my thunder.
Dang it.
I'm joking.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. So actually, so I had some of this similar thoughts. One, adding $1 million. We already talked about as a council making fire mitigation and fire resiliency a top priority. And so I'd like to look at adding $1 million and for fuel reduction in particular, as Councilmember Whitman was saying earlier. Also, I want to look at. I had a thought come in from a constituent about waiving fees for fire hardening and tree trimming for fire, and so I want to have the budget committee look at that. And then I also am in favor of adding $7,000 for the mandala. Honestly, knowing what murals cost and knowing what public art costs, that is reasonable.
Guys, so you said have the budget committee look at what a fee reduction or elimination related to fire mitigation. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. And then I also had a question I forgot to ask you earlier, Ms. Cho, but is for the Parks and Rec budget, for the expenditures, is some of the grant for the renovations, the park renovations, is any of that included in the revenue or the expenditures?
Are you speaking to the playground
Yes.
grant?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not included in expenditures.
Would that be CIP?
We have it, yeah, we have it
Okay.
listed in CIP.
Great, thank you so much. And then I also am in favor of looking at the recreation, the balance with the staffing as well. And so those were my main things.
Okay.
Yes, so I, as one of the future agenda items around the fire, the ember casting, I'd like to seriously consider that and make that a budget item that the city covers the cost of that. I mean, I'd like a discussion around what that would look like, with the idea towards the highest priority is to get this done, and the city take that on as a responsibility to make sure that it does get done. You know, regardless of cost, really. I mean, if the city has to cover the cost, I would like that discussion to happen, because I think, you know, I don't want to get bogged down in, you know, means testing and this and that and, you know, administrative things. So I'd like to bring that forward. And I wanted to see, and perhaps I can come back to this. At one point, I looked at where the help of Ojai cost was.
The help of Ojai?
Yeah, wasn't that in here, or was I somewhere in some other world?
There's a system support help of Ojai. That would be on, that's out of the encampment resolution funding grant 78.
Yeah, there are several areas that we pay help of Ojai. So we pay them for transportation.
Right.
We also pay them for case management, for OTT. We also have an allocation in this current fiscal year for rental assistance.
Right.
And I might be forgetting, I think those are the three that I'm right.
Yeah, so I guess when Help of Ojai comes back with their report, I want to look at, you know, I want to look at that again and see where we might do a gap analysis on what's not being covered, what should be covered, and things like that, and where, if we're not spending the money, if, you know, if we've given a criteria such that, you know, it's hard for people to fit into that, I'd like to look at that as well and to see where those needs are and hear from Help of Ojai, and think about potentially, you know, adding a little bit or reallocating, rethinking that. So,
and I believe, council member, you're speaking of the rental assistance allocation. Okay,
that's that is on page 60 right now. So you see the 100,000 not included this time, but what possibly in that case I was thinking, I like what you're saying. Let's get a report out. Is it effective? Is it working? What needs to happen? How can we further assist and then adjust as needed?
Yeah, I would like to do that.
Very much.
And I guess, you know, everything else has kind of been covered, certainly for the public art, the mandala. There's just no, that is the largest public art that anyone can come and do, and there's no, you know, there's no judgment on your artistic interpretation. You know, it's just like, come and be creative with us. And I think that's one of the only places that is the case, on a drop-in basis. So I would like to support that as fully as needs to be supported. I think at some point how much did we put in? 10,000 at one point, or was that is that 5,000? So 7,000 is good. Yeah. It's such a great project, and once again, it is the true public art. So I support that completely. And other than that, we're going to get to a couple of things that will come up. So I that's it.
Thank you.
General comments. Also embrace the money for the mandala. That's seems like kind of a no-brainer. With each of these expenditure areas, and it being brought back to us, like on the fire mitigation issues, especially, I would want to know what state and federal grants are available and what we're doing about pursuing those. I know that CAL FIRE gives out a lot of money. but also, and this goes to the budget in general, I spent some time reading about, you know, the prospects for federal monies being cut and California being a target of cuts, and the likelihood that the state is going to be looking at their own cuts. And so I think we need to anticipate and be protective of that, and you know, and so that may impact the reserve policy and how we discuss that. But the other, I was a little bit concerned that we had this combination of unused Measure C money plus this year's Measure C money, and we're basically spending all of it. And I generally lean towards at least saving something, you know, for a rainy day or unforeseen consequence. So I'm kind of interested in the idea of the money's there to be spent, but as opposed to maybe spending it all in one fell swoop, divvy out the unspent, past funds on a 2 or 3 year basis as projects and need arises, and maybe we're not able to meet it elsewhere.
I think that's a reasonable approach. I think also we need to have the discussion, and we should have the discussion about the amount of money that we have, and if we're going to spread out, past Measure C money into the future. That kind of begs the question: is that we will then have new Measure C money that we didn't spend. So it's kind of that way. It's really a question, and I think it's a question that this council should really engage with, is are we on a are we thinking of in our mindset, are we at a scarcity mindset or are we at an abundance mindset? And where do we fall in that as far as what we need to do? Once again, to me, if a fire comes and we're not prepared, everything else is irrelevant. It's just irrelevant. So, where we look at a scarcity approach to some things, we should also look at an abundance approach to other things that are fundamental and essential to, beyond the thriving of the city, but the survival of the city. So, I think that it's a philosophical discussion. It's also a very, nuts and bolts, dollars and cents discussion as well. And so that's how I would like to frame it, really, when we do have that discussion.
I would offer this. It's on page 42 of the packet. And it's the Measure C budget and the Measure C highlights. And it's true, when you look at the fund balance, the revenues, and then the expenditures with only 200,000 left, but you look to the right of that and you see the projects, every one of those seem good to me. And I think from my reading of the measure, where the punctuation is, it does seem like it's code enforcement generally because of where the semicolons are placed. So it seems like a good spend. But what I would suggest is, if something happens that requires an urgent response, we continue to have not only our 100% reserve, but that dollar amount that's over the reserve. So I think we're okay if something came up that we had to respond to immediately, even if that Measure C is exhausted for now. On the spend.
Yeah.
If I could jump in, that was our rationale in putting this together. What we didn't want to do was create several different reserve funds. You may recall in years past there was a line item that was in the budget, and this is years ago. It was like a $400,000 just contingency set aside. So just to keep it clean and simple, you have your 100% reserve policy and then the amount on top of that. And as has been mentioned now several times, the Finance and Budget Committee is going to is going to review this and come up with some recommendations on how to maybe use that in a more strategic manner, looking at other jurisdictions that are in a similar position to Ojai, that are visitor-based economies, et cetera. But we don't specifically set aside something for Measure C just because of what was mentioned. And then similarly, it's difficult for staff not having, and I'm not faulting the council, we don't have a clear policy that explains how to divvy that up. So it's important for the Finance and Budget Committee to make that recommendation, bring it back here. And if it's a percentage, if it's a dollar allotment, whatever it is, just something so that we know what the rules are.
And I think we've talked about that and the need to do that so that we are all clear on how to divvy things up.
I think that'll be a really interesting, fun conversation to have to bring that forward.
I have just one quick question.
Okay.
Page 16, halfway down at OTT, and there's $200,000 in the 26, 27. I'm sorry. Page 60, middle of the page, OTT, proposed $400,000. What is that?
So that is the ongoing expenses of running OTT. That's salaries, that's secure all, that's supplies. That's roughly the amount of money that we spend each year to keep that afloat.
So it jumped from 322 to 400?
Looking at expenditures, we felt that that was a more accurate reflection of what it actually would cost.
Okay, and then we had spoke before, and I'm just curious, there were things that we've paid out that you have told me that they're reimbursable. Is that, so how much of that, or you don't have to give me the answer now, but I would like to see
the reimbursable part of OTT is from the grant are the case manager allotments. So that's help of Ojai, and then a portion, 50% of Ventura County Behavioral Health. And all total, it's probably around, rough numbers, 250, maybe thereabouts annually that is reimbursable from the ERF grant and reimbursable when, sorry, it's making it more complicated. Reimbursable now, and then a different bucket of money hopefully will become available once the development opens to sustain that.
Okay.
But if not, we have $500,000 per year for 4 years set aside as part of the grant, $2 million to pay for that for the first 4 years while we're identifying what the long-term source is.
And then just a quick question, not to do with the budget, but how many people are in Tent Town now? 'Cause I know the numbers fluctuate.
It's mid-20s.
Mid-20s.
Yep.
Yeah. So what you're asking for today is this conversation. So you're taking a few items back that you will. Do you want to see a list of what to take back, or what would be useful to you now?
Could I ask
Yes.
a couple questions?
Sure.
So I heard, and I just want council to give us some guidance. So
Head nods.
I've heard, I'm going to start with the big picture items. I've heard a desire for a $1 million allotment for fire-related activities. Am I roughly, I think that some have said this. I know that there are also some discussions about a desire for grant matches to go with that. The reason why I'm asking is it's a pie, as we've talked about before, and there's one of two ways to address this. You either can reduce spending in another area. You can also take the approach that you want to pull this as a one-time type activity from your allotment over your reserve. But it's one of those two approaches that you need to give us guidance on how you want us to proceed.
I understand that part. At least I'll just give my own opinion. It would come out of the unallocated after the 100% reserve, but not to all be spent, or even there's no vendors sort of in the queue. It's just to understand
A set aside, if you will.
A set aside, yeah.
Okay.
Which is what I believe we did last year.
Yeah, that's.
And I guess one of the other questions is, would that be appropriate for Measure C? Because that's actually one of the very specific things that was promoted that we could do with Measure C is address fire mitigation.
And I guess I would just respond back only in this sense that it does seem like it would be a Measure C piece, but then all of the Measure C highlights, if they don't fall into Measure C, I would move them somewhere else. So then we're just shuffling piles, I suppose.
That's right. You're moving. If you want fire specifically to be in Measure C, then something else needs to go to that.
Now, if we were not in the financial position we are in at 116% of the reserve, that would be a different conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've, and this is a new thought, but I've thought about it a lot. I might have raised it once or twice. There would be some value in putting aside an amount of money to fend off those people who come here and say, we're going to sue you unless you give me what I want, and our lawsuit's going to take you into bankruptcy. And I know that there's one organization in town that created one of those funds.
The defense fund.
And they haven't been spending it. The idea is that you have that so that you don't, get in the situation where somebody can kind of bully you around by their threats.
Is this
I have a
different than
thought
the
on
fire
this area.
conversation?
No,
Oh.
this is a more general.
Oh,
So I have a thought, if I could, council member, on that. One thought is this could be direction given to the Finance and Budget Committee as they're strategically looking at the reserve. That would be a logical layer, if you will, a defense fund as part of the strategic reserves have layers, cash flows at the bottom, emergencies, and so forth. But with the amount that this city has, you could have several layers. One of them could be a defense fund.
I'm not opposed to that at all.
Yeah, I think that's.
Not instead of fire, but if we want to.
Well,
have
that way
No,
you
no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting instead of
understand.
fire at all. I'm just thinking of
Yeah.
the idea that
Mhm.
and I don't know where we're going to be on any of these issues, but if we didn't want 2,500 units to go in across from Nordoff, but the developer was saying, we're going to crush you unless you approve this, we'd not have to start figuring out where we get the
Yeah.
defense from our budget. We'd be able to say, okay,
Sure.
this has been set aside.
I agree.
And then you decide whether to access that, and the money can be there, kind of useful, or I think you and I talked about this before, that the money can actually be not put into a vault, but usable, but it only in certain ways and circumstances that preserve the ability to allocate it.
Well, something I think you'll like is that if we were to take, if we look at that 116% after the 100% reserve and then the extra, but going back to fire for a second, if you said $1 million is set aside for fire, that money then reduces by $1 million. What I like about that is, so instead of 4,387, it's 3,387. It just helps us understand what we have to play with, because we know this is a priority for us. If the defense fund falls into that, great. But you see my point, though, is that we don't just look at this dollar amount and think,
But
oh,
I
we
think,
can do X,
sorry
Y,
if I
and
could
Z.
step on you,
Yeah,
Mayor,
go.
I think a better use of your funds, and again, I think this is a great discussion for the Finance and Budget Committee, would just because it's unknown. You don't, what you know is you want to establish a fund, but you don't know what
Yeah.
it needs to be. And so if you just have a layer within your reserve that's just allocated for
Yeah.
that purpose,
That's all I'm
then
intending.
I'll give you a doomsday scenario. Let's say, you have this huge lawsuit, your layer ends up not being enough, then you need to go into the next layer, which is emergency. That's where a really detailed reserve fund policy can help you. But then you're also not tying up this money or using funds that you could be using for a capital project because it's just not known. I understand the prudence of having the fund. It makes sense to me. But I
Yeah.
think that's a very good layer in your reserve policy for consideration.
I'm all for it. So you were going to go down a list. You said which pot
Okay.
does the money come from, and then
So, okay, the big elephants, the big elephant in the room. So we talked about this fire allotment. The other one is, I've heard some discussions about wanting to spend more on roads. So what happened is we're spending a lot of money on climate, a huge amount of money. And that's also something that's identified in Measure C. And it's a multi-year project, and it's going to hit all city facilities, and it's going to be very impactful. But again, going back to that pie scenario, you have to pull this money from somewhere else if you want to do both, or make pieces smaller. And so that's the hard decision. So Did you have something you wanted? I'm sorry. Oh,
No, I was going to say,
Oh.
in a way, I'm just throwing it out there. We might not have to make that decision right now. And the reason why I say that is that when the audits come back for 24, 25, and we see that and also look at revenues, it might be, and we also have that advance. In other words, we're spending less on roads at the moment. That could move forward. So maybe we don't have to decide that yet.
We could come back. It's a living document,
Yep.
and we can, if it was the pleasure of the council, we could come back as often as you like to
Mhm.
redecide things, and that's totally fine. You don't
Yeah.
have to make all your decisions right now. This is
Because the
just
work is progressing right
yeah.
now.
This is, if you just think about this as a general spending plan,
Yep.
right? That's what you're doing tonight.
Yep.
And if you have some items that are follow-up or we need to make adjustments during the year, that's acceptable.
Yep. Is that okay for now for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I have one thing that I
Yep.
wanted to bring up, which was at some point I made a suggestion that we look at making the trolley free.
Mhm.
And I know that some of my calculations weren't correct because you don't actually lose the amount of money that you got through your the payments. You actually lose something else. But I'd still like to look at that because I think, if it's within a reasonable amount, it is one of the first steps to getting people out of their cars and dealing with traffic, as well as making the trolley free for our community. But it also is, I think, a firm first step in, getting people to just, get on and get off.
So we could we could certainly have that as a concept review item if it's a pleasure of the council. What we've been told, and I'll ask Ms. Cervantes to jump in, we lose grant funding unless we charge some amount for the trolley. So we can reduce the fares. We can't offer it. We can offer it for free, but then we're not entitled to the grant funding that we rely upon to fund the program.
Is
the
there
challenge.
some other way to do it whereby we work with tokens or, in other words, can we get creative with the charging of fees?
We could bring it back as a concept review. I think that what the VCTC and others have told us is that you need to charge some amount,
Right.
In order to get there.
I mean, if we charged a dime and we
Right, I
gave them
think
a
I-
dime,
yes, we could
you
figure
get
out something
on,
like
you get
that.
a dime.
So that's an item to come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we could think creatively about ways that we could make this free with the idea.
So I'll
once
ask Mr.
again-
Montgomery to
yeah.
park that item as well, and we're happy to bring that back.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then we heard the mandala.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going down
Yep.
the list of questions. If you could
Mhm.
just give me a second to catch up. Okay. So I heard questions about a fee study.
Yeah.
I believe that we did put that into the budget. Ms. Chode, can you remind me where we put that?
Yes, it's in the finance department. We did budget for a fee study.
Right. So we will be bringing that back to you. Amount of money allocated for the permanent supportive housing project, that is on page, I marked it. It's in the CIP, page 90. If you see in the facilities
Oh, yeah.
section.
Just while you're doing that, the fee study is on page 57.
Yeah. So, we've got 1.5 anticipated to be expended this fiscal year for the permanent supportive housing project and 8 million in this coming fiscal year.
Mhm.
And that's for the construction, and it's anticipated right now to be completed in July of 27. And we hope to have some information out to you this week, and we anticipate we could be doing a groundbreaking as early as this month, but more details on that later this week. Going down the list of questions. Operating costs when they begin, again, we touched on this briefly. That's going to be borne for the first 4 years. It's anticipated to be borne from the ERF grant, and $2 million has been set aside and approved by HCD for that purpose, $500,000 a year to run that. We have not brought back a construction manager position for the project. We can still do that. We don't have a funding source for that. Really, we could dip into the city's successor agency funding for that. I don't think it would be $325,000. I think it would be closer to $250,000. But we could certainly bring that back if council wanted us to. There's a desire for that.
Well, I think maybe, and it doesn't have to be on the budget, but I think there should be a discussion about just like how we allocate Measure C, how do we allocate that successor fund that was created by the
Sure.
housing authority, or the
We could do that.
was that the redevelopment authority?
Right, exactly. Would you like that to start with the Finance and Budget Committee and come back to you? Or would you like it to come right to council?
I think probably come to council.
Okay. I'm seeing some head nods. Mr.
Fine,
Montgomery,
yeah.
let's put that on the parking lot as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ms. Cho, do you remember the balance in there?
I believe liquid about 600,000, but it's a bigger fund balance, but there are receivables out there related to housing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, sorry. We already talked about the mandala.
And I would say that conceptually, if we're talking about breaking ground, we need to be talking about whether or not we want to hire a construction manager, because at some point we want them to happen at the same time. So we have to make a decision.
We have 2 items coming back to you in July related to the project, and we could bring a third item as well. We have one related to the donation policy, one related to the DMA modification, and we could add that as a third item to the July 14th meeting, Mr. Montgomery, if you want to put that on there too. Owner's representative for Ojai Permanent Supportive Housing Project. So there'll be 3 items coming back to you on the July 14th meeting.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, just looking. I think, did I miss anything that you guys mentioned?
Mr. City Manager, one clarification. We currently placed that on August 11th, just to confirm.
The permanent supportive housing items?
The donation policy and the...
Let's move those to July.
Confirmed.
Okay. And please let me know if I've missed items we talked about.
That's what I had.
So, I think rather than take up our time discussion, maybe I will talk with you directly about page 42 and the Measure C projects, and just how they fit in with Measure C, so that I understand more the rationale, because I want to make sure we're doing voter intent.
Yeah. No, and that's why we're very much wanting this policy.
Yeah.
Because then it's just left to interpretation, and we reread the language over and over again, like, oh, that's not included. Oh, that is.
Well, look how the language is so broad.
It really is.
Yeah.
So, and just on that topic, I think it's in here. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but we are funding 2 maintenance employees. Am I remember this correctly? Right. So 2 public works maintenance employees are being born from Measure C funds. And, this is just illustrative of why we need a policy, but our rationale was it speaks a lot to maintenance and infrastructure. And the way that we accomplish that is, yes, it's through contracts, but it's also through people taking care of that every day. So these are maintenance worker employees, and that's really all that they do. But that's subject to council's determination. That's what we put in there, but that doesn't mean that that's what you guys want.
Right.
And we're also trying to be mindful, we could have gone down a slope where, oh my gosh, well, this person also is involved in that, and that person's involved in that. We just decided to say, no, these are people who are just truly working for infrastructure improvement.
I think when the budget committee does look at it, we will look not only at, obviously we'll carefully look at the language again, and then when we look at allocations, look at activities that we think are legitimate and bring that forward.
Okay. Ms. Joe, do we have any questions that we didn't address?
No, but just to confirm, for the roads, that would be coming back to council for a discussion.
Yes.
As we can always update the budget throughout the year. Okay, perfect.
And this budget is the clearest budget I've ever seen. So thank you for the hard work.
Finance team did a great job, and really kudos. It's outstanding. And just in case you're wondering, you are going to get a hard copy of it, and it will be much, much, much more soon than you got it last year.
I just want to confirm that when we're looking at fees, we're also, while we're looking to increase some fees, we're also potentially looking to decrease and or abolish some fees that might
Yes. So you can establish a fee for something, and then council only has the ability to waive fees or subsidize fees. So I sense a broader discussion. I heard talk about recreation fees. I heard talk about fire hardening fees.
Or tree permitting fees.
Absolutely.
To get
So what we would do with the fee study is we would establish what the actual cost is of the service, because you're only allowed by law to charge what.
Right.
But then the council can say, you know what, that's fine. We don't care that it costs us $70 for this permit. We don't want to charge for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
But on the administrative side, I just want council to know we're not able to waive fees. So we come to you guys.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Wow, great. Wonderful. Okay, moving on. Thank you so much. We're on item number 9, levy and collection of assessments for landscaping and lighting district.
And welcome, Ms. Palmer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Chief.
Come on back. Seats are warm. So good evening,
Hi.
Mayor and Council. So tonight I am bringing forward part 2 of what I brought a couple of weeks ago. So 2 weeks ago on May 26th, I brought to you the preliminary engineer's report. This is for our annual assessment to levy the assessment for our 3 maintenance districts. So tonight I'm asking you to open a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the final engineer's report, assessing the levies and ordering the work to be done. And then directing staff to report to the county so these assessments can get on next year's tax roll. So I can just recap briefly. So we have lighting and landscape districts 1 and 3, and we're asking just to maintain that assessment that we've carried for the many years now. And for the Plaza Maintenance District, the proposed in the engineer's report is for a reduction of $36,000 to be spread out amongst the property owners out there based on the square footage of their building. And so that would be prorated accordingly. And I've got the data in my office if anybody is out there wanting to know what their reduction is going to be. Kristen? So I would encourage anybody who's listening to give our office a call, and I'm happy to share that information. So that's kind of it.
Right.
So.
Any questions? We went over this before, of course.
I think this is.
And this is a public hearing.
right.
Yeah.
This is a public hearing.
This is I have no public comments on this item. Yes, come up. Thank you. Hello.
I'm Kristen Rains, and I'm here representing the property owners, since our family owns the building where Rainbow Bridge and Rains Department Store, as well as business owner Rains Department Store. So I'm not sure that you and I are actually talking about the same thing, because what the report I read showed a change from 41 to 33 cents per square foot. Is that the same?
That is, yes,
Right.
per assessment unit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to talk about this.
Yeah.
So while that sounds like a great idea to do a reduction, unfortunately, it doesn't come anywhere near to the costs that we've actually incurred since the change in the assessment district. In the past, it was originally established in 1988 by my father and other local business people and neighbors. And the idea originally was that it would beautify the plaza, maintain the plaza, and the trash for the local businesses was consolidated into 3 areas. We subsequently recently have learned that it was not legal to do that, and so that service of trash service has been removed from the businesses. We are no longer included in the assessment, and the cost of that is substantial. For example, Rainbow Bridge's cost of trash service went from 0, or what was on the assessment, to $11,500 annually. So this is a huge cost of added cost to the businesses. Rains is almost $7,000 annually now. It's had a huge impact. Rainbow Bridge had to fire an employee because they couldn't afford to do it. So it's had a very negative impact to the local businesses. So the change in the assessment for based on the calculations of 33 cents for the 209 East Matilaha Street property would be only $763. So that doesn't even make a dent in the $11,500 cost that Rainbow Bridge is incurring now. In addition to that, I reviewed several of the property tax statements, and I noticed a couple of discrepancies. For example, it looks like our property at 218 East Ojai Avenue is being charged 51 cents a square foot, and 254 East Ojai Avenue, where Yumi Burger is, that's at 54 cents. So I think that there's some concerns there. In addition to that, I found several property tax bills that don't show any LLAD 1 or 3 taxes. So there's a lot of discrepancies that I think deserve a thorough review. In addition to that, the plaza, when it was the first...
I'm sorry but you can also write things up. Is there something that you need to say that you could say in like 10 seconds?
I can't.
Okay.
The plaza is a lot smaller than it was in 1988,
right.
And we're still being at that same level.
Okay,
So
thank
we
you.
have concerns about that.
No, I'm not inviting you to go on. I was saying if you could say in 10 seconds, then okay, thank you.
That was my 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Mayor, we have one raised hand on Zoom from Renee.
Yes,
Renee,
please.
you have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. And I don't know if this is the right place or the time to bring up this question, but over on Church Road, there's not a lot of street lights. In fact, I don't think any at night. It's pretty dark over here. And I know the city is doing an energy upgrade of HVAC and climate, ready kind of energy upgrades. And so I'm wondering if there's any way to do dark sky lighting over on Church Road that might make it safer to walk. We do have sidewalks, fortunately.
Mayor, this is very specifically for the landscaping and lighting district, not for the general discussion about street lights or dark sky policy.
Are you okay postponing for Renee till another time?
Yeah, and also the sidewalks are pretty uneven, and so it's not safe to walk. So both of those, I don't know when or where or how to bring that up, but it has to do with lighting and maintenance of, and that area was actually on the map. I looked to see if there was an area defined on the map, and there is. So
Renee, Renee, it's a different subject.
But we do have two safety commissioners here,
Yes.
so take note, my friends.
Yeah.
Take note. This is going to be your job.
Thank you, Renee.
All done.
Okay, so any more comments online or?
No, Mayor.
Okay, so I guess I do want to respond to Ms. Raines, what she said. So I do remember when the trash became forward.
Yes.
So I guess, Ms. Palmer, I'm wanting to ask this question. Is this conversation worth something larger? Do you feel like it's been had? What's the next step here?
So the conversation has definitely been had.
Yeah.
Public Works spent about 18 months trying to peel back the layers of this onion. So it came to our attention by EJ Harrison that they hadn't been paid for their trash service since 2016, and it came to us in 2024, I think. And so, so we started looking into it, had not been paid. So we had our prior legal team do a deep dive into whether or not the Lighting and Landscape Act that formulated these assessment districts would allow or was even lawful to provide trash services to the businesses. So we've got the trash enclosures that are behind Rainbow Bridge, and we've got them over on Montgomery, towards Montgomery. And those are community bins for the property owners. And it is, we don't pay, the city does not pay for private trash service for anybody in the city. And it was unlawful for us to do that based on the formulation of this landscape or this Arcade Plaza Maintenance District.
Right.
The trash service that is referred to in the engineer's report is in the common areas. It's in the park. Of course, Plaza Park is a city park, so we pay for the refuse service there. So this was a long, laborious process and rather painful of trying to have all of the property owners out at the Plaza Arcade come in and sign up for trash service. So now that trash service, the city sort of stepped away from the calculation on that, and so the property owners were dealing directly with EJ Harrison and coming up with what they're the professionals. They know how to figure out what trash service. So that's what they did. So we didn't set those rates at all. So now EJ Harrison is getting paid for the pickups.
So I'm not sure that I understood everything that was said, but what I understood, and I could be wrong, was that the assessment as it was originally set up included trash. But then the assessment, stayed the same, but a fundamental service that was part of the assessment that was assumed was taken away. Like, is that what I mean, am I understanding this correctly?
It appears at some point originally, the city was covering the cost of the private trash service. But again, that stopped in 2016. That stopped a long, long time ago. And nobody was paying for the trash service.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Okay.
But when the assessment first came up, it included trash. I'm just trying to.
It probably did, but it was unlawful. It was not allowed based on the legal formulation under this Lighting and Landscape
If I
Act.
could jump in, the other thing that I recall from
Yeah.
this discussion was city's records were not very good at this time. And when we did the forensic accounting, it's not clear if the city just received the bill and paid it out of the general fund or how it was paid.
Right. No, I'm just saying that, for instance, as a landlord,
Yep.
if I take away something from someone that has been included in their rent, I have to compensate them for that. I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to say, you used to have a parking space, now you no longer have one, right? So I'm just trying to figure out if that's what's happening here. Not that I have any opinion one way or the other, but if this assessment district was formed in 1960, or whenever it was formed, I don't know when it was formed, but for that period of time, this was part and parcel of that assessment tax.
So I think I want to be clear on that part. It never, regardless of what was explained by the city erroneously or otherwise at the time, the landscaping and lighting district, refuse is not one of the services that you're able to pay for from that assessment. Unless it's ancillary items like Lindy's and Ms. Palmer has indicated, a trash can in a landscaped area that's part of a park.
Right, I understand that.
Isn't it that to make your analogy make sense, it would be, if I understand correctly, something was being offered, so the tenant is receiving something, and you have come to the conclusion that it was illegally offered.
Right.
So when you say, well, we're taking away your parking spot, I see that the experience is I'm getting less than I used to get, but it was wrongly given in the first place. That doesn't mean there's not a mitigation thing here.
Right. No, and I understand all that. And even if it was wrongly given, it was given.
Well, and
I just wanted to make sure that I understood what was being said and how it was being said. And I also was curious, when that this district first came into being. So how many? 1970. Thank you. Thank you for reading for me. I appreciate that. So 1972. So we're talking about. Almost 50 years. And so I'm just saying,
no doubt.
And I wanted to be clear on the point.
Yeah, and as Ms. Palmer indicated, we involved the city attorney's office. We have a lengthy memo which we could resend out to the city council that kind of goes through the whole saga that explains everything. And the headline was, Harrison was picking up the trash but not being compensated for it since 2016, if I remember correctly. So they just were.
I understand all of that.
But I want to jump to the reason why I'm painting all this. There is another option. You could, it has to be a vote of the property owners. You could create a business improvement district. And we did talk about this with the group. And the group could decide what they wanted to pay for from assessing themselves. And they could decide trash would be one thing, security, whatever, sidewalk cleaning. And that's commonly done in downtown.
Yeah, and I understand the
Okay.
I
All right.
understand how it's difficult for the city to take this on or to reevaluate.
I think what would be most
I'm just
helpful is
trying to
we will
understand it all.
redistribute this very lengthy memo from the city attorney's office that kind of explains everything.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I don't, I get it.
Okay.
I just was curious. I
I'm
didn't
interested
get it.
in getting that memo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Palmer, Ms. Palmer, can you
I guess I'm
redistribute
interested in
that?
getting it too. Not really, but
And you know, I'm interested in understanding the issue better and whether the city would have a role. One of the options you raised, I'd like to hear what our
Because
legal
we-
counsel
yeah.
says about it. And I'm also concerned about the idea that people had the understanding they were paying for trash, and then suddenly they discover that they're not. Actually, they didn't discover it because the vendor kept collecting it without insisting upon it. So I'm interested in taking a look. I don't want to suggest a huge staff time expense, but I would like to understand the issue better and what our options are.
We can bring that back as a future agenda item.
Yeah, and I'm happy to share the memo. It was,
No,
we
please-
went
please
through this
redistribute the
in
memo and
depth
we'll
with
do that as a
the
start.
legal team.
yeah, and I remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
As clear about the situation as I could have been at that time.
Yeah.
So
Am I correct in understanding that we met the businesses halfway for a period? And was that
We
correct?
did,
Yeah,
we
that's what I
did.
thought.
We ended up covering the trash service for a number of months.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Right, while
for
we
sure.
were solving.
While we were
Yeah.
solving it.
So I mean, it might feel like it's brand new, but it's not. We talked about it already.
yeah,
We
no,
can talk about it again.
yeah, I understand. We talked about it.
I don't want to just.
Anyway,
So
Okay.
we can bring that back, and I will distribute the memo. It's critically important that this gets approved tonight, so we can get it on the tax roll for next year. We have one opportunity a year.
Now,
Yeah,
and
I
then just,
think-
go ahead.
I think the issue that's been addressed, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, but the adjustment to the assessment does not really impact what we're talking about here. The trash collection issue is outside of what we're doing, and so we can still address that. And
yeah, and I
Absolutely.
think to
And-
your point, I mean, we need to move
we
this
need to move
forward,
forward.
but
Yeah,
we
and
might revisit.
And when we had this conversation, when I had this conversation with the property owners out there, my commitment to them was, I'm gonna dive deep into this year and see if we can somehow give a smidge of an offset. You know, but we also don't have an escalator in this, so we want to be very careful that the assessment covers the cost of maintaining what we need it to maintain.
Okay.
Without going out to a Prop 218 vote to the property owners and saying, hey, we need to put an escalator in this, which most of them do. Most of these special districts do have an escalator that keeps pace with inflation. This one does not, and nor does 1 or 3.
Okay,
So,
Right.
understood.
Yep.
So we will move forward with these three tonight as the proposal, and then we'll address the other issues
Yeah.
separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think we're always open to hear from our
Of course.
business owners about ways that we can support. I mean, I know we all are.
100%.
Mhm.
Motion from anyone? I'm happy. I'm entertaining motion 1, 2, and 3. We've conducted the public hearing, adopt the resolution, and then direct staff to transmit the necessary documents to the county. Is that sufficient? Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Okay.
Roll call.
Please.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem May. Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and get on number 10.
Ready?
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. What's this?
I think Thursday's agenda.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. M&Ms.
I haven't seen an M&M in a very
Okay, I think we're ready. Are we on?
Yes, we
Okay, wonderful. So we'll move on to item number 10, adoption of resolution calling for and giving notice of the City of Ojai's general municipal election on November 3rd, 2026.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council. As your Chief Deputy City Clerk, in tandem with our elected City Clerk, Steve Quillisi, we are labeled as your elections officials, as defined by the California Elections Code. So we have a pretty technical report in nature, but this is everything that we need to approve and submit to the County of Ventura to consolidate our election services. So that we're asking you to review and adopt 3 resolutions. One is calling the election, one is requesting consolidation services from the Ventura County Elections Division through the Board of Supervisors, and the third is a regulations on candidate statements. And a part of that, although no action was taken by council recently, there was healthy discussion. We do have to identify the seats specifically. So up on the November 3rd, 2026 general election for the City of Ojai, we have the mayor, the 2-year term for mayor, and the 4-year terms for each council district 1, 2, and 3. Ms. Burgess and I are here to answer questions. And I would just like to say that we do always thank Michelle Ascension, the elected clerk for the County of Ventura and her elections division, and the Board of Supervisors who take on the big task of running our elections for us, and we're very happy. Last note here is Mr. Quillisi and I, and along with our admin staff, Bridget Mara, we attended the elections kickoff meeting at the county, and Mr. Quillisi and I are ready to undertake the nomination process. So everything after this adoption tonight will allow us to conduct the nomination period, which begins on July 13th and runs through August 7th, as defined by the Elections Code. And Mr. Quillisi and I are prepared and ready to meet with any prospective candidates and answer all questions.
Great. Any questions? I have no public comments on this. Anybody online?
No raised hands.
It was very clear.
All right.
Yep.
So I guess I have a question. It's only a very tangentially related, but I've always been curious why we have kind of an unbalanced situation where we have 3 up every 2 years, and then we only have 1 up the other year.
It's because we have the mayor be 2 years, 2 times in our election cycle instead of staying at 4. It would be 4. It would rotate 3 and 2 the way the council used to do it.
Right.
Is that what you mean? Yeah.
Well, I know. So I think it was an unintended consequence.
Right.
I'm not sure that it makes a difference that it is the way it is, but it is. It seems like an anomaly to me.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, if I may, there are some options under the law to rebalance that if that's something that council would like to consider. And if that's something that's of interest to the council, we could bring that back as a future agenda item. Bring more information about what that looks like.
Yeah.
The process would be. I don't know if you want to make changes, again.
I don't know that I
moving into
want
this
to
election
either,
cycle.
but I'm.
But we can provide the information.
Okay, that'd be good.
Even the last time that the mayor 2-year term went to the vote again with this anomaly or problem in mind, the thinking was, let's get it back on track, and it got voted again to have it stay at 2 years. So there's 2 votes to have the mayor stay at 2 years. Anyway. Cool. Well, a motion then to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
All right, adopt resolutions A, B, and C.
Yep.
Second that?
Roll call.
Yes, please, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes?
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yep.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Wonderful. On to item number 11, consider appeal of Planning Commission denial of 242 East Ojai Avenue, Ojai Mountain Farm Restaurant.
Mayor, I'm going to ask the city attorney to please
Yep.
help me with this item if I
Okay.
could.
All right, so this item, under your municipal code in section 10-2.3002, a process is established for appeals of decisions from the either planning or community development department staff or the planning commission related to decisions made under the city's zoning code. And under those provisions, there are effectively a few different ways that an appeal of a planning commission decision may be heard. One of those is if an appeal is brought by an appellant. An appeal can be brought by other interested persons, or there's also a process provided for appeals that may be brought by the city council. And so under that process, it's effectively a 3-step process where the first part of the process is that a member of council requests an opportunity to discuss a decision rendered by either community development department staff, the community development department director, or the planning commission. In having that discussion, council may decide whether to appeal any determination rendered by any of those individuals or by the planning commission. If council wishes to appeal, it must be approved by an affirmative vote of a majority of the council. And what this effectively means is that council is appealing the decision of the planning commission. If council approves moving forward with an appeal by a majority vote, then the matter gets set for a public hearing at a future city council meeting. And so the reason I'm making these remarks at the beginning of this discussion is that the item on the agenda tonight is a follow-on from a request by a member of council to bring an item forward at the last council meeting. This is not an item to discuss the merits of the application that was considered by the planning commission. That would be the subject of a of a public hearing if the council decides to proceed with the appeal. So the purpose of tonight's discussion is exclusively to decide whether or not the council will appeal the decision of the planning commission. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I also just wanted to make it very clear what this item is and what it's not, because if council decides to proceed with a public hearing on an appeal, that will be a quasi-judicial hearing subject to the city's quasi-judicial hearing procedures and for which the applicant for this project will have certain due process rights. So by getting into a discussion in the merits tonight, when we haven't had a notice public hearing, we run the risk of depriving the applicant of those due process rights. So I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, we can move into public comment and then council discussion.
Yes, go.
If we don't hear if we decide the council votes not to appeal, what are the consequences of that, or what are the ramifications of that?
So if council does not move forward with the appeal, effectively the decision of the planning commission would stand. The planning commission's decision on this item was considered at the planning commission meeting, I believe, on May 20th. And so under the municipal code, an appeal of a planning commission decision must be requested within 15 days after the decision that was made on appeal. So the period for appeal or for filing an appeal by the applicant would have expired. So if council does not take this up on appeal, then the planning commission decision would be deemed final.
Other questions? Yeah.
This is a more broad question, and I don't want to belabor anything, but my question is very direct. We will be acting as a quasi-judicial body. The planning commission is a quasi-judicial body. we had an administrative appeal where we also had to act as a quasi-judicial body. So regardless of anything that comes to us on appeal, whether it be an administrative decision or it is a quasi-judicial decision from a commission that is quasi-judicial in nature, our process is always quasi-judicial. Is that correct?
That is correct, but the one kind of clarification I would make here is that the appeal process for appeals under the zoning code differs a bit from the appeal process. You've heard a few different appeals in recent months.
Right, exactly.
And so one of those was brought under Title I of your municipal code, which outlines an appeal process for general appeals under the municipal code. You also heard an appeal on a transient occupancy tax audit
right.
Determination, and that appeal is governed by, under the terms of your transient occupancy tax ordinance, it's governed by the procedures in that ordinance, and it also refers back to Title I. For appeals of decisions that are made under the zoning code, we have this kind of specific appeal process for how the appeals get filed. And so under each of those provisions, the process is a little bit different.
But us acting as a quasi-judicial body remains the same.
That remains
for
the
any of
same.
those. Okay, thank you. I was just curious.
But the process for a council appeal under Title I is
Right.
a little bit different than the process
Right.
for a council appeal under Title 10.
Great, thank you.
More questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just curious, Andy, like, what is your goal, or what was the reason for you bringing this? What did you hope to accomplish?
That seems
today?
like the discussion, which I'm happy to have, but maybe we'll wait a moment. But I'm happy to
And
answer
then the
that
other
now.
thing, I'm concerned because we spoke about this briefly today, like, if any of us were to say anything when the when the tables turn or coming, if they come back to us, could it silence us for anything we say today?
So there is, there is a requirement when you're talking about quasi-judicial matters for purposes of due process and just in general with respect to, council acting as a quasi-judicial body. There's an expectation, that council will act in an unbiased fashion. And so part of the reason we wait for the substantive discussion on the item is because we want to wait until all of the presentations have been made to the council on the substantive aspects of the application, and until the applicant has had an opportunity to present their case in defense of their application. And then, council will deliberate and consider all of that information at the same time. So I would highly recommend, and it's an unusual circumstance where you have this kind of three-part process, but because we have the three-part process identified in the code, my recommendation is that we avoid the substantive discussion of the application and hold that for a public hearing if there are 3 votes to move forward with the appeal.
Thank you.
And then does voting yes or no constitute a substantive communication?
In my opinion, it does not. Otherwise, the code would not contemplate the ability of or the requirement for a vote.
Okay, so I do have a couple other questions. You mentioned that the consequence of not appealing is that within 2 weeks of the decision, it would become final. But does the applicant still have the right to, I'm guessing he couldn't come back with the exact same conditional use permit application, but he could come back with an amended one, correct?
I believe that's correct under the
His
code.
rights aren't severed by the denial of the conditional use permit that he did bring forward.
There may be some time. I would have to review the specific provisions in your code related to denials of permits by the Planning Commission. Some codes include a requirement that the exact same application can't be resubmitted within a certain period of time. But there are generally opportunities for amended or revised applications that address the issues identified in the Planning Commission's or review authorities' findings If those were addressed in an amended application, it could come back to the planning commission.
And if I understand correctly, the status quo is that the applicant is conducting business. He's using the space that is the subject of the conditional use permit.
I do not know whether so there are two aspects of the application that require a conditional use permit. One aspect of the conditional use permit is for a freezer, and the other aspect of the conditional use permit is for an expansion or an amendment to an existing conditional use permit that allows for an expanded outdoor dining area. And so it is my understanding that the freezer is currently being used. I do not know if the expanded outdoor dining area is being used.
I guess I don't know the answer either, but
we could look, that would be something that could be brought forward as part of the public hearing if one is scheduled by the council.
There's no dining happening outside.
I've
There's been no dining.
no, and I
on the
walked.
outside
I
area.
walked around again today just to, and
But the
it's not.
No, it's open
No.
during the week.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm. Inside and the
Mhm.
front.
Any other questions before we open it up for public comment?
Okay.
No, so this,
Oh, go
just
ahead.
to be
Sorry.
really clear, this is only to decide if we are going to hear the appeal.
That's correct.
Whether council is going to appeal.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right, to hear the appeal. Right.
Yeah, council
okay.
will appeal to hear the appeal.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. I just want to make sure that
That's all it is
really
for tonight.
what we're dealing
So
with.
we're not talking about the merits of the
Right.
project or
Right.
how we feel about the project. We're just talking about
Whether or not we should deliberate on this matter.
Yes.
And a future time.
At a future time.
Yeah.
And date.
All right. I have 3 cards. Mr. Larry Steingold, Bill Wyrick, and then Craig Walker.
So be perfectly, to be perfectly clear, we can't talk about the specifics.
You can talk about anything you want.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Public
well, okay.
comment may make
Well,
any.
okay. Well, no,
members of the
serious-
public
seriously,
may-
I don't want to.
No, you can. It's fine.
You can.
Okay.
You're not bound.
Why? I mean, the optics of trying to get this back, get this approved, is not very good. Because to me, it's you're either trying to protect the staff, because I think the phrase used during the trash at the arcade was, it was wrongly given. Okay, so it was wrongly given. How do you unwind it? How do you put a thread through this needle? Because let me tell you, this is a real problem. Because if you approve it, if you go forward and it gets voted on to approve, it's like putting a stake in the heart of the arcade, because then it really becomes a slippery slope. And a slippery slope is based on incline, percentage, friction, and time. Well, by approving a precedent, friction is now removed. And now anybody can go in and say, well, you gave me this, you gave me that. And to privatize public land is wrong in the first place. Give them a lease. That's not a big deal. Afraid of a lawsuit? I don't blame everybody. I really don't want a lawsuit. It's my money. It takes away from the roads. It takes away from climate. It takes away from everything. So this thing is a mess, because you don't want to be tarred and feathers being part of destroying the arcade. If you vote to approve it, you become part of that. If you disapprove it, we end up in a lawsuit because it was wrongly given. He spent the money. Now what do? He also didn't help himself, because in planning, they said, nothing changed. The 8-foot fence inside the drip line, God forbid you should build in a drip line in this state, in this town. Okay, they'll tar and feather you, right? So you don't do that. That's part of the tree ordinance. The 8-foot fence. Nobody's allowed an 8-foot fence. We're all got 6-foot fences, right? So there's that. Just on the face of it. The freezer, I'm sorry, it's there. Can you brick it up, make it look part of the arcade if that works? I don't know. But this is going to get really expensive and really bad for everybody if you can't figure this out, because this is just a mess. And then you have to, the postmortem, on the people who did it. Did somebody direct somebody to do it, or did they do it on their own? Okay, and that seems to be part of the problem as far as I'm concerned. So I hope you can figure this out really quick without causing a ripple, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. Bill Ryrick, please. Hey. Hi.
You know, it's not appropriate to blame the applicant for this situation. Let's just step back a little bit. We have a problem with process integrity, and we still need to be fair to the applicant. SEEK was very clear, as well as best practices in the planning profession. Piecemealing causes problems. This is a problem because of piecemealing. I have 8 sites here in case law, not just best practices in planning profession, that you should not piecemeal. This project got piecemealed, and that's why you're in the problem. You're facing this problem. To give one example, from one case law, impermissible piecemeal review occurs when a large project is chopped into many little ones, each with a minimal potential impact on the environment and requiring only a ministerial permit, which cumulatively may have significant consequences. I have several more sites. So what to do? I feel for you in this situation. First of all, I would suggest that we have a general problem with creeping privatization of the common area. I don't agree with using CUP. When we initially looked at this, we were looking at leases because that doesn't establish a perpetual property right over a common area. So I don't understand why we keep talking about CUP when we could have leases for use if we want to provide that. I would suggest that you not vote for this appeal, but do direct some way of coming up with a fair solution to the applicant. I personally don't agree with having a walk-in cooler outside the original lease building footprint, but that would be a matter that I would think that you could constructively come to an agreement with without establishing a poor precedent by going with an appeal of the Planning Commission final decision, which has, by the way, been discussed a couple of times by the Planning Commission. Also, they are dining outside. I've been there a couple times. Oh. I saw the owner, and the owner said, "Oh, I have a permit to dine outside, just not to use the walk-in cooler." So they are dining outside right now.
Thank you.
Right. So anyway, and he says, "Yeah, everybody's been walking by and saying that you can't dine outside." And I said, "Yeah, I know you're in a problem, and I feel for you. I feel for the whole situation." So please just try to find a way to settle this without digging the hole deeper. Find a way to, maybe with a lease situation, preserve integrity of process while being fair to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wyrick. Craig Walker, please.
Good evening. Craig
Hi.
Walker. I'm speaking against the council appealing this decision. Both the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning Commission opposed this project because of the harm it would do to the city. The project impacts a historic building that is more than 120 years old. It transforms a peaceful public plaza into a service area with loud refrigeration equipment, fencing, ductwork, and other alterations that diminish the character of one of Ojai's most important public spaces. It changes an open, welcoming courtyard into a more enclosed commercial space, obstructs walkways and views through the plaza, and places an 8-foot fence around a tree that has long served as a natural canopy. These changes will go with the store's deed, even though they are located on public property. Dozens of residents have voiced their opposition. The questions before you are simple. On what basis would you overturn the decisions of your own commissions? Why is the council bringing this appeal and not the applicant? The Historic Preservation Commission did its best to review the project in spite of there being no initial study to review. The Planning Commission then reviewed it thoroughly. In fact, the project was sent through the process twice, and both bodies reached the same conclusion. If the intent was not to respect their findings, why then were they asked to review it at all? What concerns me most is not simply this project, but the process that led us here. Too often, CEQA exemptions are granted before potential impacts are adequately examined. In this case, the project was piecemealed and treated as exempt from the beginning. Neither commission learned of it until months after approvals had been granted and alterations had already occurred. CEQA requires historic review first, then looking at possible exemptions later. When projects are approved first and reviewed later, everyone pays the price: the applicant, the city, and most of all, the citizens of Ojai, who rely on their government to protect Ojai's environment and historic resources. The council's focus today should not be on legitimizing a mistake. It should be on understanding how this happened and ensuring it does not happen again. Approving the project by overruling your commissions will not solve the underlying problem. It will establish a precedent that environmental review and historical preservation requirements can be bypassed and pushed through later on appeal. The city has already dug a hole in its approval process, but an appeal by the council will only dig that hole deeper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
One comment on Zoom.
Okay.
There. We have Mr. Miley.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Miley. You have the floor.
Okay. I am very confused by this administrative write-up. It goes against all I know about the appeals process. It also lacks key information on what the Planning Commission listed as the reasons for denying. It does not even include their conclusion and their vote. What's going on here? There is no applicant appealing this denial. As I read the report, the applicant had a choice. They decided not to appeal. So, why is the mayor appealing this? Is he advocating for the applicant? Does he want the refrigerator there? What are his reasons? He should have spoken as a citizen at the Planning Commission meeting if he wanted to make an impact. This administrative report is very weak in logic, lack of facts, inappropriate protocol, and confusing as hell. Unless the applicant appeals, I see no reason for this to be on the agenda. Both the Historical Preservation Commission and the Planning Commission questioned its elements, wanted more study, and planning said no. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Miley.
One more raised hand from
Okay.
Steve Quillisi.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Steve. You have the floor. Steve, if you can hear us, you have the ability to unmute, and it's your turn. I'll give you one more try. You have the ability to unmute. And we'll have to move on.
Okay. I can say very easily, has nothing to do with the project or me wanting anything. It has to do with, as I read in the staff report and also in the HPC and the Planning Commission reports and being there, the language like on page 141, this is just one instance, and there are several here, where it says in those second two paragraphs in the middle, staff found the revised proposal consistent with the Arcade Plaza design guidelines. And then in the second paragraph, staff, however, determined that because the proposed environments do not alter the contributing historic structure itself, no further environmental review is necessary. It's simply this, not wanting to really overturn anything, but it's rare that we see that kind of difference of interpretation. So it seems to me we're in the position then to be the arbiters of that difference. It's that simple. We may come to exactly the same conclusion, and that would be perfectly fine, or some other solution, but it's really just that. So I think this is the body that would look at those strongly differences of views and try to come with a determination.
I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
So did you know that information when you made the rule to have this on the agenda, or you just because
No, I was
what
there.
you read in the
No. It was there even when the staff reports went to planning and also HPC. It was clearly there that they said that. That's why they moved it forward. But again, I mean, we've all seen a lot of commissions go, and sometimes commissions do offer things that the council differs, and most of the time that's not true. So it does seem to me more investigation is warranted to try to understand the differences between those groups.
And I agree. I think that it's worth a deliberate. We can't deliberate now. I think that if you want to do a postmortem, the only way to do a postmortem is to do a deliberative process. This is open to us. It is something, it's part of the process, so it's not outside the process. And I think that there's a lot of things I would like to speak to that I'm not able to speak to here, and I would like the opportunity to speak to them, not the least of which is I can't speak to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I could, but I'm not going to,
Right.
based on our city attorney,
Yeah.
So for me, it's the ability to actually have the deliberative process with the council. And for that reason, I would bring it forward. There is no, there's no good reason not to have the discussion with the council, in my opinion. I'll just say this, the commissions are advisory bodies. So they are advisory bodies to advise us, not to determine that we should follow them because that's what they said. And we ask every commissioner that, do you understand that you're an advisory body? And we need to make really clear. So that's something also, as well as CEQA and many other things that I think are up for discussion and are up for me to learn more about. And so I would like the opportunity to learn more about it.
Yeah, I am feeling the same way. I think Mr. Wyrick was correct in that we have a complicated situation where we want to honor the findings of the commissions and what's in the best interest of the city, separate, and also assess the mistakes that were made in this process and see how we can work with the owner and come to some kind of win-win situation. And I think the only way that we can do that is by hearing the appeal. And if I'm choosing to move forward with hearing the appeal, that does not say at all how I feel about the freezer or about the outdoor dining elements. It just says this warrants more discussion.
That would be my position.
So, I've made many recommendations with a client about whether to appeal a decision. And I've written many appellate briefs. And I know that this administrative decision doesn't track on that exactly, but the core of what you do when you say you want to appeal is you're saying that there was a abuse of decision-making discretion, and it needs to be corrected. And so you ask somebody to go in and correct what happened. And I don't perceive that there was something that was done that was incorrect. And I think what the majority of the council is suggesting is that we use the appeal as a guise to change the rules for an applicant. And I also I have concern that we would take I don't want to say anymore. I would not support the idea that we would appeal this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So without going into the topic, from the information that we have, there was a mistake. Not with the commissions, but there were some miscommunications that happened, and because of that, I think it would, I can't say anything else except that I do think that there were some errors that could be addressed.
And I guess my response to that would be that if there was something about the process that needs to be cured, that's potentially something that staff and the applicant work out and bring back to us as a solution. But
did you have anything you wanted to add?
I have a lot I would like to say, but I'm gonna.
Okay. So then I will motion that we do appeal the Planning Commission's May 20th decision and bring it to this body. Is that the correct way to say it, Ms. Burgess? I don't think your microphone's on.
Correct. There would be a motion to proceed with a council appeal of the Planning Commission decision.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
No.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Motion
Okay. All right. Moving on. 12, authorized to purchase one 2026 BMW police motorcycle.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I'm going to turn this over to our Chief of Police.
Okay.
Thank you all. Wait
Thank
for
you.
got a little PowerPoint presentation here for you.
Thanks.
There we go. All right. Very good. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Requesting before you this evening is approval for purchase of one new motorcycle, BMW, to replace our current existing one. You have the staff report in front of you, their admin report, the quote, and all that. So I'll keep it brief. What I want to focus on, go through this quick PowerPoint, is operational purpose of the motor officer program, how it's currently being used within the community, and the rationale behind replacing it. This is not a request to expand the program or add any staffing. This is simply a request to sustain an existing public safety and community-focused program that has truly become a regular operational resource for this community. I'm going to briefly walk through the program's purpose, community impact, operational benefits, and the current condition, and then I'll open up for questions. All right, purpose of the motor program. We're all aware that it was essentially launched in February of 2025. Deputy Burnett was selected, chosen. He's a fantastic choice, extremely mature, smart, highly emotionally intelligent. So he was a perfect person to roll this project out and kind of beta test this program here back in Ojai. The vision was increase community safety. Traffic safety is a big issue in this community, but also community engagement is a very big thing for the e-bike safety, things like that. So as this thing was launched and rolled out, it was rolled out very smartly, in my opinion, more heavy on the education component side. So we're about 16 months into that program, and we're probably about 60-40. Now 60% of the people being stopped are probably given warnings, breaks, education. 40% of those folks are probably getting cites. I'm to the point now I feel comfortable with the community. Enough contacts have been made. Multiple people have been stopped multiple times, things like that, community members. They're comfortable with things now. So I'm kind of want to increase that maybe 50-50, enforcement, education. But with a motorcycle, you get the high visibility, presence, accessible. The community engagement is fantastic with it. I can't speak enough on that, how many contacts he makes. And ultimately, the goal is to save lives. It truly is. All right, as we go through this, Deputy Burnett's made approximately 1,600 contacts. This is a year period. We evaluated over the year, April to April. 350 plus citations, but the best part of this program is we truly have a force multiplier with a motor officer. We have a one-man traffic unit essentially up in Ojai, which is fantastic. And it allows us to focus in a timely manner community complaints. We're hearing those daily from emails, from council members, from city staff, from people I talk to out in the community. Sometimes within minutes, I can task Deputy Burnett with a problem and send him to a neighborhood and start focusing on things. The school zone visibility has been fantastic, and obviously the e-bike education is kind of at the forefront everywhere nationally right now. It's an issue everywhere. But he's been fantastic in that with outreach, talking to kids. Supplements DUI saturation patrol. He was going to be here this evening to answer questions and kind of just be present, but he actually made a solid DUI arrest late. Yeah, so he was down and booking someone on a DUI arrest. So hopefully we saved a life tonight.
Again.
But the rapid response is incredible, like I mentioned, and then the downtown visibility and especially the maneuverability on the bike path is second to none. All right, so the current status, that's why we're here requesting this. As this thing was initially rolled out, smart decision was made to kind of test the waters, so they bought a used motorcycle, as everyone's aware. The truth be told, when that was purchased from Thousand Oaks PD, that bike was pretty much at the end of its life. So by the definition and by the standards, the bigger station out in Thousand Oaks, they wouldn't have that bike in normal cycle. That thing would be miled out and probably sold at auction or what have you. So we're at 11 years old right now, has over 69,000 miles. And it doesn't sound like a lot, face value on a bike, or if that was a car, right? But when you really compare it, if this is a patrol vehicle, hard braking, hard steering, hard acceleration, the motor's on all day, you're looking at a car equivalent probably close to 200,000 miles. So things are just starting to kind of wear and tear and break on the bike right now. It's still a functional bike. It's still a safe bike. It's just not as functional as we need it to be for long-term operational capabilities. And it's not as safe for the rider, in my opinion. All right. So if not replaced, that's kind of the big why, right? Can we limp by another year? Perhaps. But really, the city's in a great place right now. This is already in the money's been set aside. It's been allocated, set aside. And we can be, which allows us to be proactive in getting ahead of this thing. If the council chooses to approve this, it's going to take 90 to 120 days to get this bike built out. So we can be proactive, get ahead of it, while the bike's still serviceable and running at a decent clip here right now. The maintenance is very expensive. I mean, the city paid approximately $10,500 to purchase the bike. In about a year in service now, the maintenance is equal to the purchase cost. We're about a little over $10,000, as you can read in the report. It's harder to find original equipment manufacturer parts on these bikes. They're phasing them out. They're building new bikes. So things are just more expensive and things are breaking quicker. What I fear is that the potential disruption, and this is where the proactive comes into play, is if we wait and prolong this, excuse me, and the bike has a catastrophic failure where that bike completely goes down, now we might not have the money set aside, the city. And also if by the time we take, time to order that thing, get it built, get the specs, we're probably looking at 5-6 months. So potentially without a motorcycle in the city for 5 or 6 months. And I don't believe that's a good decision. That's why we're requesting the purchase, of a new bike. All right, operational and fiscal considerations. So financial impact, there's no additional general fund appropriation required. It's already fully funded. The money set aside within the existing budget. It's aging equipment and the increasing maintenance and downtime. It's going to sustain a really solid program. No staffing increase and the community benefit. And I just want to give 2 examples. I obviously didn't plan on speaking about this, but I feel it's relevant. And it's hard with, you're talking about traffic and tickets and things like that and arrests and law enforcement. It's very statistic heavy. But you really can't put a metric on this last Friday. Deputy Burnett was patrolling on Ojai Avenue. And just the very nature of being on the bike, you can hear things better, see things better, you can smell, your senses are fired up. He had a weird feeling about a car that was kind of encroaching in traffic near the arcade there in front of Ojai Avenue. And he was able to kind of get around, and from the bike's perspective, he was able to see a little 6-year-old girl in the middle of traffic on Ojai Avenue, just standing there. All right, so he's able to cruise up, get to her, save her, get her to the side of the road. And it's a very heartbreaking thing, but ultimately this investigation kind of unpacked. The child was living in a very, very rough circumstance. She was not healthy. She was not being cared for. So I don't want to speak too much because it's an active case still, active investigation, but ultimately the child had to go to CPS. But the one positive thing is I could maybe say the patrol deputy might have seen that child. But what if, right? And so I look at it, that's a win for us. And that's something you can't put on paper. It's not a statistic, but hopefully it's a bright spot for that young child, and she's going to hopefully live a better life and get the life she deserves. Organically enough, later that afternoon, there was another call with a missing at-risk juvenile was having mental health breakdown. The parents were extremely concerned, called. They were trying to get her into a care home, get her treatment. She took off, ran away. She was having a breakdown. The parents were freaking out, justifiably so. They couldn't find their daughter. Well, Burnett was able to cruise down, Deputy Burnett, on the bike path and find her very, very quickly and essentially rescue her, calm her down, and get her the help she needed. So that's just two things, and there's countless examples I can give you. Obviously, I want to keep the presentation brief, but the impact with this motorcycle, it goes far and above just traffic stops. So I think it's a solid investment. It's an investment in the community, and I appreciate you all, and thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer it.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions?
I just have a comment. Nothing against you or your motorcycle. I just want to bring this up. So I remember when we were purchasing a motorcycle and the discussion was that yes, it's used, but because of the staff that did the investigating of the motorcycle to make sure it was sound and all of that stuff, and that, you know, so that's why we went ahead and purchased a used bike. And the same, you know, it just, I go to that, spending that money on something that wasn't, we were talked into something that maybe wasn't a wise investment at the time. And the same thing, you know, like with the trolleys. So it's just, it's like, it seems like a pattern to me. And it's, you know, it's money. It wasn't a lot of money for that first bike. Would you say like $10,000? But it's still that we were told that it was, you know, it was good and all of that. And you're saying Thousand Oaks, it was the end of its life cycle. So I just had to say it.
So,
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this, but are there EV units available on a motorcycle, you know, that would be
A
suitable
police patrol
for,
bike?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there absolutely are. It's a great question. And we did look into that. Ultimately, BMW was selected because that's the industry standard right now. It's the most durable. It's the best warranty, which is huge, and that's why there's an extended warranty included with this purchase price. It really is the best of the best right now. There's a lot of safety features, a lot of safety with the lighting features. It's just top notch. The e-bikes, the electric motorcycles, some of them are very good. A lot of those are very similar in price, but ultimately right now the battery life and the durability, the range, it's just not there. I can't bank in good faith for the community or for my deputy is going to an emergency call, or, you know, it's a life in danger call, life-saving call, and his battery runs out. And that's been known to happen. It depends. They'll tell you can get 150 to 200 miles on a battery on some of these bikes. We've called around, we've talked to people. That's not so much the case because it depends on good driving habits, acceleration, braking, turning, wind, elements. So the mileage, the range really is not there. And the other thing I've heard, they're not as robust and just tough, you know, just durable as the BMW motorcycles are. Truthfully, I think you're 5-10 years down the road, they're going to be probably on par and probably just as good and just as durable. But right now, really, in my opinion, they're not where they need to be for a patrol bike day in and day out.
So on a typical patrol day, how many miles is?
He's probably over, I would say over 100 miles probably. And so the motor officers, they're allowed to commute from their home. They take the bikes home, keep them clean, service them, park them in the garage, keep them safe. So he's probably putting over 100 miles on that. And he's working a 4-10, so he's working at least minimum 40 hours a week. That bike's on all day, 10 hours, city driving, hard driving. So, you know, and the BMWs are just tried and true. The motors are fantastic in them.
What would you say for Ojai would be the lifespan of a new bike?
I would say at least 7 years, 8 years, yeah. And I think we're ultimately going to run out that warranty, and that's the goal. And that's the really good part, especially with Long Beach BMW. They have a really solid reputation. They work exclusively with CHP. They're just kind of Johnny on the spot. They're very good. And the warranty, you know, everything's covered, all the major components, just normal wear and tear, you know, like replacing tires, things like that. But everything else is going to be covered. So it's really a good investment, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Any other comments, questions? Okay. I have no public comment cards on this item.
We have one raised hand
Okay.
from Renee. Renee, you have the ability to unmute. You may speak.
Good evening, Council. I remember when this item first came up, and I remember this was going to be a trial program. It wasn't going to be a permanent staffing position that was added to our public safety budget forever. And it sounds like we kind of missed that discussion, and we're now into having a permanent safety position in the budget and a permanent safety vehicle added to the fleet that our officers use. So this seems to me to be a little bit of scope creep. In fact, major scope creep. It might be worthy of really saying, is this something the city wants to continue? And what is the cost long-term, including the vehicle for the officer and the vehicle? And what's the return on the investment? What are the benefits received? Is this something we need and want to do forever? I could see the officers wanting and advocating for this position to be forever. But I'm just wondering if this is the highest and best use of our public safety dollars. I also remember we were going to share this position possibly with Ventura County. There was the option of having Ventura County absorb part of the costs of this police officer if we decided we didn't want to have a full-time officer. So I kind of feel like we're putting the cart before the horse on this, and it might just be good to go back and revisit those conversations and really, you know, say, yes, good job, well done. I think the e-bike thing has been educated and drivers have been educated, but is this something we need to do full-time, and what is the cost full-time? I don't think we're seeing the full picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roth.
No more.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I had the similar concerns as Ms. Roth expressed, because I was not in favor of having the motorcycle cop as a large budget item in general. I have to say tonight, hearing about the 6-year-old girl, I don't know, you know how to get to my heartstrings. Like, oh, we have to keep the motorcycle cop. And you know, I think the bigger question is still looming in my mind of, you know, is this really the best use of our resources? That said, if we are, since we do still have this in the budget, we still have plans to keep our motorcycle cop here. He needs to have or she at some point, needs to have a good motorcycle. And would I be correct in saying that we could sell it if we decide next year that we don't want to? This is something that we could resell, or that if we didn't use it again, or
City
if
manager can speak more to that, but yeah, it'd be a city.
Sure. So it'd
Okay.
be a two-part step. So in the budget that you just heard, we have included, as you saw on the slide, the funding to continue a motorcycle officer. So if you decided you didn't want to do that, you could remove that from your budget and you could sell the asset. One important thing that was not discussed tonight, which I need to bring up to you, that has been a change since last year, is you've now brought on a new hotel that's been fully occupied in the downtown. That has had a significant impact on flow and traffic and so forth, and it's really beneficial for us having somebody dedicated to traffic, because without the motorcycle officer, you don't have anybody dedicated to traffic. Officers respond to calls for service.
Okay.
And yes, you know, we try sometimes to stage them to do traffic related things, but as soon as they get a call, they're gone, because it's you know, life and safety first. So that's the nice thing about having the motorcycle officer. Doesn't mean that in a big emergency he isn't called away too, but most of the time he's dedicated to just doing traffic, which is huge. And in this year, I think we've kind of forgotten, it was quite ridiculous for a while there with the e-bikes. I mean, I recall many times downtown wheelies all the way down Ojai Avenue, nothing to stop kids, and I don't see that anymore. Yes, there's some enforcement still needed. It's an ongoing process, but if you stop the program, it's going to go right back the way it was.
Right. And I acknowledge that it has been, that he has done a great job.
That's great to
You
hear.
know, that I've heard positive feedback from him.
So this was kind of a wrap up of the year, but we can come back and give you more information. We can. My big fear is that we've made a lot of forward progress, and if we stop, we're going to slide backwards.
Mayor?
That would be my opinion too.
Mayor?
Yes.
We received a comment card from Mr. Steingold if you'd like to.
Is it necessary?
No.
You actually can't ask that, Mayor.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Larry.
You can't ask that.
Sorry.
I appreciate you.
Sorry. As a citizen, not as a commissioner.
Okay.
The question is, has the motorcycle officer been effective? And as Mr. Harvey talks about, all right, it will go back because we're still seeing kids on bikes. The 2 officers in town are not doing traffic stops, really. All right. And I think him wandering around the city on top of what the accident that happened at the Y when he was out, it's important that we have him for the time being and we can sell the bike. I mean, so I would continue with it for the sake of peace of mind right now until parents actually take action on their children on the bike.
Thank you.
So,
I'll never ask that again.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
Not at all. You're right. You're right.
I think that the Chief Abbott illustrated some of the versatility that the motorcycle officer has that a unit doesn't. Not just availability, but maneuverability. The e-bike issue has not been conquered. I perceive that it's better, but I also perceive that there's a serious issue.
Agree.
Safety for those kids and safety for the rest of the community. I think it's really important that we continue to have the ability, to address that. And the motorcycle officer really gives us a great ability to do that. I'd love to see us go to an e-bike when they're able to match the performance of this motorcycle, including maybe, selling this one before its useful life. If a model comes up, I'll take the chief's word that it's not quite there yet for the versatility and go with the more functional bike, but I think we should look to, reducing emissions whenever we can.
Agreed.
And I'm gonna support the expenditure.
The current bike can be sold, I presume, as well.
It could, yes. The city owns the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a city asset.
Okay.
But I'm just wondering, like that, so if we kept it, if the bike had to go in for maintenance or whatever, then the one that he's currently using could be the backup, so it
that's a
wouldn't
good
be
The
point.
out.
plan is to keep it as a backup,
Okay,
yes.
perfect.
Good
Yeah,
thinking.
and
Good thinking.
and I kind of didn't explain that very well, but yeah, absolutely be a backup. We could also use it to bring in an additional motor trained deputy for parades, events. So in theory, we could have 2 bikes at a moment's notice.
Oh, that's good.
It gives a lot of flexibility and redundancy. So it's, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Secretly, I thought about buying the bike just like a minute ago, but oh well.
Sorry.
I know a guy.
No, I could buy another bike.
You want those sirens.
Well, okay.
I support it. I
Okay.
think that I could just call him Patrolman Eric. I think he's awesome. I
Yes.
see him all over the place. I have seen a marked improvement with kids and e-bikes. They're wearing helmets. They're still 2 or 3 to a bike sometimes, but I see them as being more cautious.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's just peer pressure, but it's made a difference. I mean, they kind of hang out in my area. I think Eric's been great, including the times he's pulled me over.
That's
Just saying.
That's unbiased.
Just saying.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is amazing.
I
Thank you.
mean, and I see him at the park talking to people.
Yeah.
I see his bike parked there, and he's doing outreach.
Yep.
He's talking to parents. He's talking to kids. And I was not aware of the situation, where he's helped these children, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really great, and I would not have known that, and I would not have thought about that sort of versatility. So I supported him. I supported the patrol officer a year ago, and I continue to support him. And I think that we need to give him, we need to give that role the proper equipment. So I support this expenditure.
Would you be willing to make a motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we authorize the purchase of one new 2026 BMW police motorcycle for an operational need.
I'll second it. Wonderful. All right, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes. Sometimes
Thank
I
you.
just don't wear my seatbelt.
Yeah.
And he's looked at me and my seatbelt's not on. And he's
Yeah.
like, come on over, let's have a talk.
Uh-huh. I meant no disrespect by saying cop. I'm so sorry. Instead of officer. Okay.
Is that a disrespectful term? I need to be schooled if so.
Chief, I have to ask, yeah, sorry. Don't go home yet, but just, yeah.
I don't know if it is or not, but all of a sudden I was like, oh, yeah. Did I say something wrong?
I use that word.
I know,
Oh,
me
God.
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to item 14, award maintenance agreement for janitorial services.
Yes, Mayor, this item is coming before you tonight, brought back at council request.
Yeah, we're doing 13.
Oh, sorry, did I miss
13.
13? Did I say 14?
I'm
I
sorry,
meant 13.
I was on
It's okay.
13, yeah.
I meant 13.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
Understood. And so this will be co-presented by Ms. Palmer and Ms. Holman.
Thank you.
Ms. Palmer?
Sure, yeah. So as Ben mentioned, we brought this back. So the recommendation tonight is to, one of two things, two-part, authorize Ben to sign this agreement. This is a 3-year agreement for Kelly's Cleaning. We went out to bid RFP for this. And we'd like to go out for a 3-year term, so we don't have to go out every single year. And then authorize Ben to execute future amendments to 1-year extension, so the total term could potentially be 5 years. Or direct staff to appropriate funding for 2 full-time maintenance employees. There was some question about the analysis of whether we do something in-house or we contract it out. So that's why Kathy is sitting here with me tonight, because she has done an analysis on what the staffing would be, what kind of staffing would be required for something like this, so.
So with staffing, with in-house,
Turn on.
Thanks.
are we on now?
Yep.
Okay. With in-house staffing, things to be considerate of is that you need coverage. One person isn't enough because you have unanticipated absences, planned absences. You also need safety because all this work happens after hours at night or very early hours in the morning. So to fund 2 positions, it's about $110,000 fully loaded for a full-time maintenance worker. So times that by 2. You also have the added expense of a vehicle. So I would estimate a minimum of $50,000 for that, plus all the related equipment that we not currently have set up. I mean, it sounds miscellaneous, but once you start adding it all together, it adds up over time. But you need vacuums, steam cleaners, buckets, mops. I mean, you have all this stuff that we don't currently have. In addition, there's a challenge of supervising the staff. So having after-hour staff out there without supervision, there is a risk. Not saying that anybody's going to do anything bad or negative. It's just typically in an employment model, you have supervision on site. It can happen. I'm not trying to say it can't happen. I'm just saying there is a cost associated with it. A benefit of going with the contract service is that this is their business and they may not need a full 8 hours a day to do what we're doing. So we may, there's going to be some learning curve for us as well in determining the number of hours that we actually need, but we started with full time because typically that is what's going to be needed to be able to clean all the facilities daily. I'm sorry. Is there anything else you guys would like to?
I just would like, so just to recap what happened. So the contract
Your
that we
microphone's
announced-
not on, I don't think.
Thank you. The contract for a 1-year term is $115,000 by going out to Kelly's Cleaning, and they've been servicing our buildings and our facilities for as long as I've been here, so a number of years. And so the figures that Kathy was throwing around, it looks like it's about $270,000, and that's for the first year. And then of course it would drop because we wouldn't have the $50,000 vehicle. So it's about it's about twice as much to go with with employees with staff time versus the contract in this particular case. Some other contracts might be more suitable for, a more, comparison, but we have found that janitorial services in-house, it's not generally what happens for public agencies.
Thank you. Question?
How many staff are we getting from Kelly?
I don't know the number. I know what they're doing, though.
Well, I could jump in.
Okay, go ahead.
So I've been here many times
Oh.
late at night, and they're here, and it's usually at least 3, but often up to 5 that are here when I've come in.
So they're coming in for 2 hours.
I don't know how long they're here, but I would, I come in here, do some work, and they're here the whole time, and then I leave, and they're still here.
Yeah, it's definitely a team. It's more than 2. I know that.
Yeah.
So.
There's always been at least 3.
Yeah.
So maybe the other question would be, so how many hours per day are we getting from Kelly in terms of janitorial service?
I don't know if we've quantified it per hour. What we're looking at is groups. So they visit every one of our parks every single day before 7 or at 7 a.m. and clean the toilets, clean the bathrooms, whatever. And they're here in our 8 facilities every Friday after business closes. So we could look at the actual hours and see if they can quantify it that way for us. But we're looking at it more as sort of lump sum, not hourly.
And the other thing, because we're on questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Okay. Well, yeah,
so I guess my next question is, because I'm interested in whether we need 2 full-time staff people, if the second person would simply be picking up when the first one was on vacation or sick or whatever. It seems like there would be other ways to accommodate that so that we had the one staff person.
So we wouldn't envision, if I could just jump in, that one person is just on standby. They would be working together, but that way you could have one of them go on. You couldn't have both of them on vacation or leave at the same time. When one was on leave, the other would basically essentially be doing double duty for the time when that person is on leave. That's how it would have to work.
And the parks also get service 7 days a week, every holiday. So we need to man it 7 days a week. It wouldn't be, so just keep that in mind as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The parks are touched every single day, 365 days a year.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Any other questions? I have no public comments on this. No. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the other thing is, because I'm often at Sarzodi early in the morning and also at night after council meetings. I go there to decompress. And there are crews there at night, every night. So what occurs to me as well is that these things happen at the same time, right? So things get cleaned at night at the same time. So, they're not sequential. Something doesn't happen at,
10 and midnight.
Right, exactly. They all happen between 10 and midnight.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they happen between 6 and 7:30 in the morning. No matter what park you're at, that's where it's going on. And that's when it has to go on, because you can't actually close down facilities. You can't close down the rec center because you want to clean it. So to me, this actually makes perfect sense that this is the kind of situation where you would, in fact, contract it out, because you need multiple people in multiple places at relatively the same time. And so, and I see them every, all the time at night and in the morning. The guy's there at 7 o'clock, different guy, and then there's a team there at night at Sarzodi cleaning everything. I don't see how an individual staff member could actually do that in that same way, have it prepared and ready for opening, you know.
That makes sense. I guess it's funny, it's in our warrants for today, but when I look at the Wildan Engineering on page 13 and I see all the code enforcement, that actually seems more like a ripe opportunity for an employee, in my opinion, than the janitorial services. So I actually like the idea of having employees over contractors when appropriate. This doesn't seem like that, but I don't want to give up that quest to, if we see a lot of contracting services going out, that we do look at an employee. I would suggest this one is the contract.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in theory, I agree.
Yeah.
And just if I could jump in really quick, we're still scheduled to bring back a general item on, not general, a specific item talking about contract versus in-house and detailing the city's major contracts. And then you can give us direction.
Okay. Super. Did you have any
So did we have no cards or?
No cards. This is it.
Okay.
We're on the final discussion.
Yeah, I guess, did you have any, I don't want to talk again if you want to talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, yeah, I am concerned that if we are, if we're spending money, that whenever we can, we spend it in Ojai, so that there are local people who benefit directly from our employment of somebody, whether that's as a contractor or whether that's as an employee. And so that I understand we're not at a position where we could easily hire an employee right now, but I want to be, flexible enough that if we get the word out that potentially there's some local person who wants to engage in this service. So having a 3-year contract would make it problematic for the shift. So, I mean, if we've been doing 1-year contracts with Kelly, I'd be more in favor of extending it 1 year and making a bigger effort towards, I don't need the person to be an employee. I like the idea of employees, but if we're going to hire a contractor, I like to hire a local contractor. That's it. That's the end of my comment.
Microphone.
We put it out there in the plan rooms and really get it out there, and we got one proposal. I mean, we would love to have local vendors submitting proposals, and we try as often as possible. In fact, we just had this conversation in the office last week. If we can buy local, if we can do things local, we would love to. Unfortunately, this was the process, and this is what it yielded.
Their office is on Donlin. That's not Ojai. It's Ventura, but it's not Los Angeles.
No, it's not. It's not Simi Valley. It's not far, but yes, I totally appreciate that.
They have an office. I think they're all over.
I think
they have an office in Ventura.
Yeah, the address is on Donlin. But
I see them all the time. I kind of feel like they're local. I don't know. They're the same people. Cleaning our spaces. Just saying.
I have a question about those 1 year versus 3 year. So if we do the 3 year contract, that keeps our rate lower for those 3 years, or
we usually have a small escalator because we need to. Yeah. We need to CPI escalator on the out years, on the 2 and 3 years, and it has to be requested. They have to request it from us, and we give them affirmation in writing. So, and it just, the reason we like to do these sorts of services 3 years, it really saves a lot of time. It takes some time to go out for an RFP. Staff time and putting it out there, putting together the proposal and all of that. So we just find that, especially somebody who has been providing us a really good service. So, I'm not saying that's critical, but that's the reason we do it. So.
Well, it seems to me if we did want to proceed with the 3 years, that it would be really good to get a really solid evaluation and possibly another RFP before extending 2 more.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and we could certainly do that, just do the initial term and then go out in 3 years.
You never know. Somebody local might want to build a business.
Yeah.
Talk to them. Talk to them about building a business.
Yeah.
It's possible.
And that's why I would prefer it if we did a one-year contract and made a little bit more concerted effort. I'm not doubting the effort that you made on this, Lindy, but I want local people to feel like they can, get work here in Ojai. Because otherwise we do this thing where, people drive into Ojai to do work and people drive out of Ojai to go somewhere else to work, which is not great.
So now if council were to decide to not go with the initial 3-term and go with a 1-term, the proposal was for three-year term. So we would go back to the vendor and I'm not exactly sure, and I would probably defer to Bethany because that would be sort of a legal question. I think that the original proposal was a 3-year term, so that's what the price is based on.
So I guess this is for Bethany, at this point in this process, can you put in a clause that allows either party to cancel it?
So we typically do build that into our agreements, and I will just take a quick look to make sure before I state that it is.
Pretty sure it is.
We do include a provision in section 4.2 of the contract that says that the city may terminate the contract with or without cause at any time. There's also a right in this contract for the contractor to terminate upon 90 days prior written notice. So we could terminate if we didn't want to proceed with or continue with the services for the full 3 years. We could also likely, reach out to the vendor and determine whether there would be a price adjustment for reducing the term to 1 year. And, that would be something we could bring back, but.
I'm okay with there being a cancellation clause.
Okay.
As long as that's like a mandatory term, it can't be negotiated out, with the idea that we would look at. I think I'd also be interested in suggesting a better term for them if they can employ Ojai residents. But
or they may also know Ojai residents, and we may not be ready to. It may take longer than a year to get this all together, right? So I would say keep the clause in that allows us. And if we want to be absolutely transparent with the vendor, which is also, not an unreasonable thing to decide to be, let him know that there's a policy, that we're thinking around a policy that we like to hire hyperlocal,
There are certain limitations under the law in restricting, awards of public contracts for, based on a local preference. There are certain.
But you can incentivize it, right?
There are certain things you can.
You don't
do.
exclude them from the contract, but you give them a
Certainly
10% increase in their price.
Yeah,
if they
there are
use.
some things that we can do that we would have to explore as a separate issue. But to the question or comment regarding making sure that it's binding, the form of contract that's included in the agenda packet has already been signed by the contractor, so they've already agreed to the termination clauses. And
well, it'd be interesting to find out. They may have local people. They were speaking as if we know something, and we don't.
And they may.
And it is a prevailing wage job, obviously.
Yeah. And if something emerged, in other words, in the course of your work, if you saw a firm that was based in Ojai and they emerged, let's hear it.
Yeah.
We would want to hear that.
For sure. I mean, we were optimistic that we would get a local firm.
Yeah.
And we didn't.
Okay. Right.
Okay, so I'll make a motion.
Yes, please.
And do I need to add anything about the cancellation, about that language for the cancellation?
I think we simply need just confirmation as to whether the motion is to approve only the original 3-year term.
Yes, so my motion would be for us to approve the 3-year term, but ensuring that we have language that makes it possible for us to cancel if there is, for any reason.
Okay. Second. Okay.
Roll call. Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Fun. All right, we're doing it. Okay, we're on to item number 14, State of the City Video Production, Script Writing, and Event Presentation Support.
Yes, Mayor, this is also another item that council requested be brought back following an RFP, and I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Cervantes.
Thank you.
Council members, Mayor, this item before you tonight is the award of the contract for the State of the City. Video production, script writing, and event presentation support. Obviously, following council direction, we issued a request for proposals and received 5 submissions. Proposals were evaluated based on qualifications, experience, costs, familiarity with the city, and overall ability to meet the city's needs. The State of the City will be the first of its kind for Ojai and will serve as an important communication tool to share city accomplishments, priorities, and future initiatives with the community. There is no further appropriations needed for this project, and it will be a new contract, not an amendment to the current Trepepe contract, because we are moving Trepepe Smith forward to be the contractor for the State of the City. That is all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think I want to jump in and add a couple things really quick if I could, just to make it clear. In some State of the Cities that you may have seen in other municipalities, it's often dominated by the mayor speaking, because the mayor is the figurehead, of course, leader of the council. In discussions with our mayor, his desire is not to go that particular route. In fact, we talked about having a very inclusive State of the City featuring all the city council. There are unique initiatives and desires from each council member, unique visions, and we were hopeful that we could really capture what everybody is trying to work on, as well as the things that we have established collectively. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. The other thing I want to say is this proposal is scalable. So if there are components of it, if the council wants to move forward, and if the council only wants a portion of what's offered, that is something that we could arrange.
I just have to add to what you said. I'm actually pushing for staff as well. So I know you said no, but I'm saying yeah.
So
Yes.
I had a question. So and I've met with you both and so I know the answer to this, but just for the record, we did an RFP process, correct? And we did not have any local vendors or filmmakers applying for this.
I asked the same question.
Yeah.
Correct, and the RFP was open for 30 days.
Okay. That's unfortunate, because we have so much talent in this city. But we did go through that process.
I think maybe if we asked for it to be claymation, we would have got something.
Actually, that would have been. I would have supported that. Okay, thank you.
No, a similar question. I was surprised to see no Ojai vendors on there or individuals. Any questions? I have one public comment, Larry Stangold.
Have you looked at the, hi, good evening. Have you looked at the RFP? Have you seen the RFP that was sent out? Most RFPs, in my estimation, in my world, when they're put out by companies that are already in play, typically it's the person, because they go to the experts, and the experts go, oh, what should be in the RFP? So they tailor the RFP for what they are. Okay, so they're self-proposing, because you're gonna look at their requirements. Seppi Smith, I'm sure they're very good, and they're already hired, but they have a list of their expertise. They're 5 years in this, 7 years here, whatever their expertise is. That's typically would be part of the RFP, because you want to compare apples to apples, right? You're not going to compare apples to oranges. So look at the RFP and how tailored was that to them. If you take out things like, oh, you got to be in public media for 10 years. Is anybody here? Maybe none. Well, that cuts them right out. The goal of applying, when you apply look for jobs, you're looking for no's. How to get the funnel down to one? Well, if they're already specified, then they're the ones you're going to pick because no one else can meet those standards. So please look at the RFPs that are put out and how specific are they? It's not just here, it's in real estate too. They pick the type of building they want and they go, oh, that's the only building in town, so they're the only ones that we can go to. That happens all the time. But here you've got opportunities. You've got people in town. Ojai Valley News, Brett Bradigan, whatever the companies are, you've got media people all over the place. At least say to this company, gee, you got to spend half the money here. It's got to stick in town. It can't go to Ventura, can't go to Oakview. It's got to stay within the borders of the city if you want to be part of the deal. Because otherwise, we're just sending money out of state. We've got lots of people here who are very competent in media. I mean, they're all in media. It's entertainment. I mean, we've got writers, we've got producers, we've got printers, we've got all this stuff. So at least say to this company, hey, you want half the money here. If you're going to approve it, we got to spend it. Or please take a look at the RFP and see how detailed it was for people who couldn't apply because they look at it and go, I can't answer this. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm curious who the evaluation team that chose Tripepi, who is that?
Primarily city manager's office.
Mm-hmm.
And, just to speak to a little bit to the past
Mm-hmm.
comment, we were looking for somebody who had done this type of work before, who had worked with municipalities. It is a little bit different having general video experience to trying to produce a message that explains what a city is doing and their vision and what they're striving for. It's not just general commercial video production.
Was the art commission, were they asked with their list of talent?
We did not consult the Arts Commission. That was not part of the city council direction. We don't normally go to a commission unless it's in, for instance, if we were in recreation, we were going to bring out a new program, that would be logical, but we didn't receive that direction.
I guess I would ask the question that I know I'm very interested personally in having a state of the city video as a kind of a semi-annual report in some sense, but also a way of talking about what we're up to. But so if we're saying, well, I'm concerned about the process, that's something we should definitely talk about. But if it's, I actually don't want a video, then let's not waste the time. So I know I would really like to see the city. I feel like we've accomplished a lot. It would be really great to talk about it and have a lot of the faces that are part of the city on this video. I think it would be really wonderful and have a life of its own. And the prices, when I see these prices, they're not surprising to me. This is what videos cost to make. I've been a part of that too, and I'm happy to see the lower price.
So I think, whatever we do, there's going to be a perception that we were spending city money on with the exception of maybe Ms. Mang, on campaigning for the November election. And so I do have concern about that. But I guess my other concern is that we probably did exclude some people who might have been interested. I have no idea how attractive maybe a $35,000 contract to do this is to somebody who is engaged in the media arts, but if they needed to have experience working with governments as a qualification, then I think we wrote every Ojai media artist out of the qualifications. And I understand why that was included, but I'm not sure that I agree 100% that if this is going to be, if the message is going to be, what has the city accomplished over the last 12 months, or what's our vision for the next 6 months, or however that's going to come across, that there aren't local video artists that would be actually very good at performing that function.
I guess it seems to me we're just repeating the conversation we had that instigated this work. But on the first point, I see what you're saying, but about campaigning, I guess what I would say is we could be very disciplined, and none of us do anything alone. So then it seems to me you could say, let's talk about what the city has literally accomplished, and the accolades, I would say, mostly end up going to a lot of staff people as well. So there's all kinds of ways around that problem, it seems to be. That's really up to us. It's the tone that we give it. That's my opinion.
My opinion is people are going to say that if they want to say that, and nothing that you do is going to keep them from saying that. And so if that's a perception problem, it's a perception problem.
Yeah.
But, I don't suppose that anything that we do one way or the other will prevent someone. And if they don't say it about that, they'll say it about something else. That's just my feeling on the matter.
Yeah, when I learned that when we walk down the street for 4th of July, to me, it's not like, oh, rah, rah, look how great we are. It's like, hey, we're a part of this big community. We're doing something, and it's good to be a part of it. I don't think it's something to be ashamed of, to say you're a part of the community. And what we do constantly here is, I think a big issue is that misinformation gets promulgated and just spreads. So the more that we can offer good information, I think it really serves all the community's interest. And there's misinformation like literally every single day on Facebook, literally every day.
Well, does that go back to them, because they do our Facebook page, so how much comes back to them not doing the job? When I see here too, community engagement history, I don't see that with the numbers on Facebook. And then I can't help but think them being hired to do the logo, we all know that was a disaster. How much did that cost us? Where's it at? Money out the window, in my opinion. I haven't seen it anywhere. Not that I want to see it. So when they say that they're engaged and they know what we want, I think that's pretty far from the truth, in my opinion.
You've said a lot of things just now. The logo, seems to me, we also moved it along here as a body. So just put that aside for 1 second. But on the Facebook side, I guess I mean on things like on the community network places. So what I see the social media doing, which we're not talking about that yet, but they're trying to say, here are the forums you could come to. Here's the workshops. Here are the things around safety. So I see it as an attempt. The misinformation I'm talking about is what individuals post every day, which we all see. So I'm seeing if we don't do anything, then there's no way to help correct information. So I think we have to do something.
But if you're how often would a video be done? So how much information can you correct?
It lives on its own. It has a life of its own. So especially if you have a video that, not too long, but that covers many subjects, but you don't have to want to do it. It's totally okay.
I don't. I was just
That's
saying,
totally
absolutely.
But I was saying to have the conversation around the process or just not wanting the video. They're different.
I think that there's value in doing a video and doing a State of the City video because, so many people have I think social media has become a dumping ground for people's complaints, and a video can show what we're doing in a positive light, and it can bring out some of the good things that we're doing that go unnoticed or that go unseen. I mean, I'm imagining B-roll of streets being paved and, and the crosswalk lights that we're going to have. Things that I think people miss, they take for granted, all the trees that we've planted. We've done some incredible things. And so having a video on the webpage, on the city's webpage, that everybody sees when they come and get a permit or when they come and get, when they want to take care of any city business, I think would be meaningful. You can also pin videos up to the top of your Instagram or the top of your Facebook page. And so that would be like the first introduction. Someone's coming to see, oh, what's happening at the city. Oh, there's the video. I'm going to go look at that. And so there's a feel-good, it's a feel-good piece that would help to temper, I think, some of that tendency toward focusing on the negative. I'm not saying that we don't want to take care of the problems and look at the negative, but just having something that's our voice that shows a unification, I think there's real value in that.
If I could just jump in
Yeah,
really
go
quick, just an additional thought is if the council wanted to, you could create a subcommittee to help guide what you would envision this to be like. I want to be careful because not every single member can be on the subcommittee, obviously, but if there's a couple of you that feel strongly about what it should look like, that would be welcome.
I mean, this relates to even to the next item. There could be an ad hoc committee that's looking at communications in general.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, me too.
It seems to me like you wouldn't need an ad hoc committee if everybody was participating in it. I don't see there being a problem. City attorney can weigh in, but if all we're talking about is messaging as opposed to discussing some project or policy that we're planning to adopt in the future, we'd have to avoid that topic. But otherwise we can talk about, what has happened, and we can talk about in very limited terms what may happen.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I say the other part of it, though, is frequency, what it looks like, what kind of things get promoted, looking at matrix, right? Looking at statistics, which I know you're ready to offer. So I think those would all be really useful things also to look at, which would be great to see, even among the whole group, I would suggest. But most cities...
I'm not as inclined to... I'm not inclined at all to do this because of the social media as a response to social media, because I don't know of any social media person who is critical of city council or city council members that has much of a following or support, or there's just the number of people in any community are going to be disgruntled and upset about whatever it is. And
I guess I would say it's following a practice which many cities do. It's not like we're inventing it. So it does seem completely appropriate to me.
If I can add one more thing too, anytime you click on someone's YouTube page or their Instagram or their face or LinkedIn or Facebook, whatever social media you're talking about, you want to have a piece that's a standalone piece that's kind of like the front door, like this is who we are, and that sets the tone for the entire experience that someone would have. So I don't think about doing this. I mean, we're talking about doing this. We have mentioned that this could be a response, but I don't see it as that. I see it as an evergreen piece that would help anyone who wants to go and look at a previous city council meeting on YouTube, see something when they first open the page, there's the little video, and it sets the tone. And I think that there's value in that. If someone is just moving here and they don't know anything about the city, how about, that this would give them a way of knowing what's happening in the city without having to go through every meeting video or minutes.
That would be nice. Well, I'd like to see us proceed. So I'll motion and see what we get. I authorize the city manager to execute a 1-year contract with Treppy Smith and Associates in the amount of $32,802 for the State of the City video production.
35.
What did I
30
say?
Sorry, 3802.
I mean 35,802.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry if I misspoke.
I'll second it, and if we could add
Yep.
the ad hoc committee, the creation of an ad hoc committee.
Yep, I'd add that.
For this particular project or just in general?
I think a communications ad hoc committee in
I was
general.
thinking in general.
Yeah.
Could be in
Who,
general.
and this would fall
Mhm.
under that committee, or we would move forward with this and there would be
We would
an ad
move.
hoc?
We would move forward with this, and there would be an ad hoc.
Well,
Okay.
So yeah, I would
Yeah.
say, like, for example, when I think, if I'm understanding the
Mhm.
question correctly, when you see scripting begin and that kind of stuff, somebody has to meet with them and say, here's our ideas. What are your ideas? Looking at other videos from other cities and then saying, oh yeah, this makes sense. Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe
Right.
just as a thought, so council is comfortable, maybe the ad hoc committee could bring back a general outline of what the script would look like. It doesn't have to be, but just
Mhm.
a thought so the council could be aware if you wanted to, or not.
Great.
Yeah.
You could also give the ad hoc committee the power just to kind of shape what it looks like either way.
And sometimes companies can also offer something that you look at. It's like a straw man that you then, it gives you some framework to think about. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's fine. I just, once again, it's, things get time. Time passes and passes and passes, and we come back, and then it's a
Yeah.
review, and then time passes and passes.
No, let's not
and
do that.
passes. So I know. Let's not do that.
Well, and also-
that's all I. Let's
I
just
hear
not
you.
do that.
And what I guess in this case, if everybody wants to participate, I hope that is the case. We would want to hear from everybody.
Yeah.
So on
It's
this,
all good.
Yeah. So
I just want to,
I agree.
if we're gonna
Let's do
approve it, let's also move it.
I agree with
Okay.
that.
You know what I mean?
We've been.
Okay.
This has been kind of in the queue in some sense for more than a year.
It has. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We've got a motion in a second.
Roll call. Councilmember Whitman.
No.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Mang.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right. It'd be interesting to see the timeline on that,
Yeah.
Mr. Harvey.
Yeah.
Okay.
When-
Well, it sounds like you want to get something.
Well, I mean, this has been.
Yeah. We're
Yeah,
motivated,
yeah,
and I know
yeah.
Trepepi Smith is motivated too,
Yeah,
and
so
that's
Okay.
Absolutely.
sorry. Just I know we're
Yeah.
no longer on this topic, but they've done a number of these, and so that's part of why we
Yeah.
recommended them. They know the model and they know what to do.
Cool.
Okay, for this last item, I'm going to turn
Yep.
it over to Ms. Cervantes once again. Ms. Cervantes, please.
Thanks.
Mayor, council members. The item before you tonight is the award of the contract for communications and social media services for fiscal year 26-27. We put out a competitive request for proposals and received 8 submissions from qualified firms. Proposals were evaluated and on qualifications, experience, scope of service, overall value, familiarity with the city, and compliance with the city's purchasing policy. Following review of the proposals, staff recommends awarding a 1-year contract with the option for up to 2 additional 1-year extensions to Trepepi Smith and Associates. Trepepi Smith has supported the city's communication efforts since 2024 and has demonstrated measurable results, including expanding the city's social media presence, establishing the quarterly newsletter, and providing ongoing outreach and design support. Their familiarity with Ojai's operations, community, and communication goals allows for continued efficiency and reduced onboarding time. In addition, Trepepi provides a comprehensive scope of service and remains one of the most cost-effective full-service proposals received. Trepepi is on the line, so if we would like to hear what stats we have for social media and how it has grown, Alexis can jump in if we
Mhm.
can.
Okay.
Thank you, Alexis.
Hi,
Yeah,
good
thanks.
evening all. Yes, I will jump in. Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much for that, Norma. Happy to answer any questions or expand on some of the stats specifically, but I think just in summary, and then I'll turn it back over to you. But in the last, I would say 16-month period, right? That's how long we've taken over the communications management for Ojai. We've seen generated about over 800,000 organic impressions, 45,000 resident engagements, and that's across your social media platforms, so Facebook, Instagram, and Nextdoor. And then during this period, we've seen the audience grow, which was really a key goal of the city manager's office in trying to get those engaged followers. Seen that grow to over 1,300 followers. And I can get into some specificity as that ranges by specific platforms that we utilize. And that's just in the social media stats and statistics. We've also established the quarterly outlook that we know gets distributed throughout the community, wanting to make sure that we have that printed connectivity with your residents, and just overall the performance management. I know that there's some questions around maybe the difference of reach versus engagements and how that translates into the whole picture. So happy to answer any of those that the council may have this evening. But just thank you for the opportunity to continue our partnership.
Thank you. More questions for staff? I have no cards on this, but
no raised hands.
Okay.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yeah.
I think when we talked at the last item about this ad hoc committee from the council, I think this really lends itself well to that, where each week Norma and I meet with Trepepi Smith and their team, and we go through what we're proposing to put out on social media, what's trending, what's an issue, what's the long-term thought for that month. That's in addition to we have a quarterly meeting as well with them, trying to just kind of map out the stories that we think are important. We go through all the different departments, but the part that's missing that we could benefit from is having some council oversight and involvement. Norma and I, most of the time believe that we understand the types of messages that are important. One benefit of working with Trepepi Smith, you might not know this about Alexis, but she's a former city manager herself. So, they have a deep bench and they have an understanding of the unique situations of cities. She used to work in Malibu, among other places, so she knows fire issues and other types of important matters. So anyway, but having the council involved too would be good, because sometimes I'm sure we don't always get it right, and sometimes maybe our messages don't land the way that we want them to, and it'd be nice to have that benefit. So we would welcome that.
Yeah. Well, I was also going to say, being in a marketing team for a long time in the past, when we think about what an employee could do or a set of employees, what we had in our marketing team was 8 people. And there were some people that did social media, some were designers, some were writers, some people were just marketing planners, some people looked at marketing opportunities. And if we were to say something like, can a person do this? A single person can't do it. A team can do it. But that's one benefit of having somebody who has the team already, unless we wanted to commit to say, let's have a marketing department. Okay, let's talk about what that would be, but it would be a lot more than that dollar amount. So I guess I just want to keep us thinking about that. Like, we're all talented in our way, but that's a lot of different talent, just to bring that forward.
Yeah, I agree with that point. That, I mean, they have the resources. Any larger firm is going to have the resources to be able to cover, all the different elements. There have been times when I've been really disappointed with the work. There have been typos on things. Some of the messaging doesn't come through in a way that's effective, and it's and we've gotten a lot of feedback about that when it does happen. I think also sometimes it's not very creative. It's like cookie cutter. It seems like this is what other cities do, and there's a template for it. And the reach has improved, so that's positive, but could it have improved more? I don't know. I think that with some additional direction, the biggest problem is that we've never had a communications strategy. We don't have a plan. it's like our communications is always happening in response to things rather than being proactive and saying these are the things that we want to communicate. And this is something that I've struggled with since from the very beginning. I would love for an ad hoc committee to come together, come up with a big picture communications strategy, big picture communications plan, and then yes, Trepepi Smith, I think you do take direction well. We could tweak some of what you're doing and just have a committee looking over things. But the problem is that we just don't have a clear strategy. And a strategy would include things like ads in the paper. It would include things like crisis management. Social media is one aspect of that. And we need to really think about this from a more overarching view. And so I'm fine with moving forward with the contract, but I'm not fine with just moving ahead and not having some kind of way of reining things in.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to say I agree with that. I think a focus is really, really important. I think the general communications about, commission meetings and things like that, that's great. But I think, a real focus and what is at the heart of what we would like to do. For instance, I love the fact that you or your team have, city government experience, fire mitigation, things like that. I think that's really important to communicate what our values are, where we put our energies, where we put our priorities. And so, yes, a communications ad hoc committee, and I'm definitely not volunteering myself, but I think would be really important just to kind of steer the messaging.
Yeah.
If our priority is fire hardening and we want to put that out there and let people know what we're doing and let people know what's available for them, those kinds of really tailored and sort of targeted impressions that will really add value to what we do and to the community to know what we do.
Well, there was a case in point actually I was thinking about a couple days ago, and that was the tree workshops that we did. So they got noticed as the way a council meeting would get noticed, but that was only a few days before the event. So what I thought about later, and I should have thought about it earlier, is we could have put something out earlier to say, oh, here's the meeting when it's coming up, but put it out 3 weeks in advance, 2 weeks in advance. So then when I saw it, like on the Thursday or whatever it was, I put it on my page, I put it on Ojai events, but there's no reason why you would know that. You, Trepepi Smith, in other words,
right.
Having us here on the ground would be really nice. Not that we have to actively be workers, but to say, oh, this is a workshop that's going to be public. Great.
And
3 weeks in
it's
advance.
Important.
Yeah, and it's important. Yeah.
We know it's important to our community.
So we can market that.
Yeah.
But
that would be nice.
there are so many other cool things that we could do,
Yeah.
like all of the businesses, the local businesses that have their own pages. We could be cross-pollinating. We could be, sharing reels. I think we could get Ojai Sandalwood and Small Town Citrus to get involved
For
somehow. Sure. We have so much creativity here, and it gets lost in our social media. I do appreciate seeing on Nextdoor, seeing on Instagram the posts about the informational items, but to really capture an audience, you have to speak to them, and I just don't. I think that we could do better with some real creative strategy.
I agree with that.
And we should help you do that.
Yeah.
We should help whomever do that.
That's right.
I'm just going to say, for a company it has 20 plus years of experience, a base price of $106,000, for us to have to tell them what they should do seems a little crazy to me. Like, they should know with the experience. If somebody's truly an expert or, in marketing and PR, we shouldn't have to tell them. They should be telling us this is what should be done. I think that's ridiculous. And I'd like to see the other, the proposals. Just out of curiosity to see.
We'll provide them to you.
Perfect.
What's a little tricky is that this sometimes, like if you say, oh, we're going to hire a PR company, they come in with a kind of a standard protocol, like here's what you need to do and this kind of stuff. And in a way, they do fall a little flat in my view, because it is rote and it's not what your particular thing is doing, or in the particular things that are the vehicles here. So there are some things that are stock and some things that are particular. That's what my experience.
I would want to see a community member join our staff who has the skill set. And even if I 100% agree with the idea that having a team and teamworks can be an advantage, but going back to my thought on the prior item, is that when we're spending money, I want to spend money when I can, spend it on a community member who can deliver the service. And I'm not in a position to say that there's somebody out there who wants to be employed by the city to do that. It's just my envisioning of, if I was to do this, that's who I would want to do this.
I get that.
My other thought is to include the city attorney to explain in a small digestible piece various issues that come up, and explain why things are the way they are, why a decision was made the way it was.
You mean that's something that you would like to promote?
That's something that I would promote as being part of our messaging or webpage. That I think when I hear members of the public, speaking out, it's usually that they don't understand what the heck just happened. And sometimes it happened the way it did because of a legality, and having somebody explain it in certain terms might help.
Yeah, well, that's one of the content I
Is
think that would be vetted.
Yeah,
Is that
Attorney's
feasible?
Corner, Bethany's Corner.
Absolutely, that could be
yeah,
part
love
of the overall communication strategy.
Bethany's
or
bungalow.
Yeah,
a newsletter
Bethany's
item,
bungalow.
or absolutely.
Here's Bethany.
I mean, and
Bethany speaks.
they maybe rotate around department heads, chief of police,
Well,
to occasionally be the person who's
it would be nice.
not writing a long letter, but maybe like a half-page letter that it's addressing some issue that seems
That would
to
be
be
really
important
nice.
to the community.
Can I ask one question, Steve?
I was
Your-
just going to say the
Your
chief.
little
Yeah.
thing,
I know,
Yeah.
walk
right?
in the park, who did that? Because that was so sweet. I don't know if that's the right word, sweet, but it's
That was
like.
that was our department PIO. Yeah, creative PIO center. Yeah, she does good work.
Your county person?
Yeah, it's our
Yeah,
county. Yeah, she's a
person.
sheriff's office employee. Yeah, she's our head PIO.
Well, we could always tap her. I mean,
Well,
tell the story of Patrolman Eric and the person in the little child in the middle of Ohio.
But,
and I'm not
yeah,
making
let's
fun of
just
it.
try to stay
No, no,
focused
yeah.
if we can,
But-
because we're almost done.
yeah.
Before
so,
we keep going,
Okay.
but while we get the chief up, your PowerPoint was one of the best that I've seen in 3 years. Didn't have a lot of stuff we had to read.
Right.
It had good graphics, and it was really well organized, very logical. I thought that was an excellent presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Before we continue, I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure, did we do public comment on this item? I know
I
we
had-
did
I
it on the
asked and there were
previous
none.
item. Okay,
Yep.
making sure.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong. I thought what I heard was the need for the ad hoc committee to be an integral part of what we're going to do, and I also heard the willingness to proceed with the contract.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
But I would
Yep.
like for in the future for us to come back with an estimate with a breakdown of what it would look like to have an in person for all of this to be brought in person to hire someone in house. Yes.
So we, like I
Mhm.
mentioned earlier in the evening, we're having a general discussion about
Great.
contract items. And I
Fantastic.
think this can be one of the
Yeah.
ones, and we can, again, it's gonna be our estimate of what would be involved if you were to bring this in-house.
Great.
That's not
Thank
actually
you.
a bad idea because I have seen where you work with contractors like
Yeah.
really heavy duty PR firms, but you have your individual person work with them because you know
Yes.
things they can't know.
Yes.
Well, and
So it
just,
could
if
be
I could just
powerful.
jump in, I mean,
Yeah.
we're very pleased to have the ad hoc committee oversee this effort, but Norma and I are very involved
For sure.
every day and every week with it, and so it's not just as if Trepepi Smith
No,
is
no.
designing
Of course.
the messaging. They're actively working with us, and so some of the mistakes are certainly our mistakes. So we're appreciative to kind of have a general overall, guidance from the council, and also we'd ask the ad hoc committee to really lead the effort in the strategy.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Love
and,
it.
And I thank you for taking some of our critiques
Yeah.
and not taking them personally.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Not at all. I appreciate the feedback. We can't evolve unless we get that, and we certainly understand the importance of working in partnership and with you that understand the community that you serve. And so looking forward to putting together that strategy and making sure the tone and philosophy of the council is reflected in the messaging going forward.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, yeah, if I can, I'll try a motion here. So we authorize the city manager to execute a 1-year contract with Trepepi Smith on communications and social media with the expectation that there would be a close involvement and strategy direction from the ad hoc committee to be populated.
And are you going to name an ad hoc committee tonight?
Yeah, can we do that tonight?
I don't see why not. Bethany, you
Yeah.
with that?
I mean, I would offer that it would be Ms. Lang and myself, but I'm open to feedback.
I would like to be
Yeah.
on it, but I'm happy to.
Mhm.
I'm happy to let anybody.
Mhm.
Miss
Well,
May.
I think it would, my 2
Mhm.
cents,
Mhm.
because we seem to be
Mhm.
different. Our
Mhm.
vision has been
Mm-hmm.
the complete opposite of you guys from the get-go.
Mhm.
So I would think either Mr. Whitman or myself to
Like one of each, like one of.
something, I think, to get that,
Mhm.
a different spin on it, because I know we don't agree.
It sounds like there's a lot of time involved, and
You don't have it, I know.
well, I have time, but this wouldn't be one I would want to concentrate it somewhere else.
It is
So-
a time-intensive assignment.
Mhm.
I would say that we would
Mhm.
want the ad hoc committee to be involved at a minimum weekly.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm happy, like I said, not to be
Mhm.
one of the, yeah, so.
Okay.
So it sounds
I
like
will
it's
let-
you, Kim.
Okay,
I
so
will let
Kim,
others.
I would love to work with you.
Okay, there you go. And yes, so I think that's good. And I
the
think,
mayor. Or,
Well-
or all
would
three
you
of you.
prefer,
Oh,
or would you?
Well, we
could
can't three
of
be
you-
in a
yeah.
part of a team,
Oh,
right?
well.
Would you, the two of you? I could let the two.
No,
of
I
you.
think you need to be. You two guys starting off is great, and then let's see how it goes.
Okay,
How's that?
that sounds good.
Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I think we should also consider hiring someone whose job it is, to
Mhm.
be the interface
Yep.
with all of the communications, whether it's, Trepepi Smith or whether it's our chamber
Yep.
or
Or the
whomever,
paper,
or the paper,
Or the, yeah.
someone whose job it is to,
Well, we saw that recent communication. I
Yeah.
think part of what this team would do would be to say, oh, yeah, these are ads that should go in the paper 2, 3, 4 weeks in advance or whatever, and that would be part of the queue.
Yeah.
That would make
and I
sense.
think that would then free up. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done in the city manager's office. So,
Of course.
I think also someone whose real focus is that checking in with you guys might also be an advantage, but that's down the road.
So
But I
there-
would support that position.
There was a motion, but I don't know if I heard a second there.
I'll second
Okay.
it.
All right.
Ms. Burgess, may we include the appointment to the ad hoc committee with the approval of item 15 as recommended?
We can.
Okay.
Okay, roll call.
All right.
Councilmember Rule,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng,
Okay, I just have because I'm no to Trepepi Smith, but I'm okay to be on the ad hoc. So how is that?
We could divide it into 2 motions.
There you go.
Okay.
2 motions it is.
Okay.
motion, roll call on the first motion, which is approving item 15 as recommended.
Okay.
Or is it a 1 year or
It's
a
a
1
1
year
year is what
with
I said.
2 renewal? Yeah, so one, not
Just
as
1 year.
recommended, just 1 year.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying.
Mhm.
Okay, roll call. Councilmember Rule,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng,
No.
Councilmember Whitman,
No?
Mayor Gilman,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2. And we'll need a motion and a second for the ad hoc committee,
Oh, I'll make a
unless we
motion.
use the same one.
I'll move to form the ad hoc committee.
And
With
include-
Councilmember Lang
Councilmember
and
Lang
Meng.
and Lang.
Got
Okay.
it.
Second that.
Okay. Roll call. Councilmember Whitman,
Yes.
Councilmember Rule,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meng,
Yes.
Mayor Gilman,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We are on to any council member reports. Yeah, I have one too. Go ahead.
You go first.
Okay. This past Wednesday, hosted here, we had several of the parties of the water adjudication, including OVLC, the Upper Ventura River Water District, ourselves, the county, among others, the East End pumpers. So we met here talking about basically what did we agree on, what were some of the problems of what's coming forward. And then at the same time, we had the city of Casitas, the city of Ventura, and the state meeting separately. Casitas came here, we met jointly, and then the next day, Thursday, there was 43 people all together in Oakview working this out, and there's still a few hurdles to go over there, and they're important, but we're closer than we've ever been to one or possibly two proposals that would go to the judge on this water adjudication, with a lot of overlap if it's two. So the next step is some drafting, and we will be hearing from Holly Jacobson, who's our attorney, in a closed session for this body to get fully up to speed. But it was really powerful to be in a room with 43 people trying to work something out. It was amazing. So that happened last week. Yes.
I heard about that, so kudos to
Yeah.
everybody putting it together and
Yep.
coming together and moving that ball down the court.
Yep.
Good job.
Yep. Thank you. Yes.
I have a report from ECTC and GCTD, our transportation commissions. So there was a triennial performance audit, and Ojai had some findings. We did not do too well. There were a number of issues that were raised and a number of recommendations, and I just want to thank our staff for working with the auditors to address those concerns. And I look forward to connecting with both of you to find out how we can improve some of our transportation functions. And so I just want to let you know, in case you hear of any of those reports from other cities, or from if you happen to watch the meetings. So
Thank you. Any other reports? Future agenda items, I have two that I'd like to entertain. The first, related to Tactic 3.1, which is basically extending the bike path to Soul Park. So that conversation with the county, it instigated a very interesting possibility, and that is that Soul Park become a park in the city that the city of Ojai not only manages but is a part of the city, and the county is ready to work with us in a very favorable way that we would take over that park. So what I'd love to bring forward to this body is that we ask the staff to develop a concept review of what that would take financially to have Soul Park become a city park.
And I would second that for sure.
Thank you.
Very exciting.
It is super exciting.
Yep.
And I have one more, which is also our Tactic 9.4, which is having workshops. I propose that we have an August workshop on an off Tuesday, so there's no action, but it would be all dedicated to basically progress or challenges on our goals. So one whole meeting on a Tuesday only dedicated to goals, where we get to hear from the audience in a more lively, interactive way.
And I think, Norma, we have our town hall is tentatively scheduled for August 2nd, no? My bad? Thank you.
August 26th.
Oh, August 26th, even better. Yeah, and we're trying to expand out our reach just a little bit to get the DA involved so that we can get a sense of, you know, the larger picture of local law enforcement.
Okay. So I guess I'm not dedicated to any date, just that I would love to get it on our calendar that we start thinking about it. I mean, on our
Yeah,
mental
I think we were waiting for confirmation
Okay.
from.
And August 26th is a Wednesday, so we
Yeah.
can still proceed with the other workshop on the same month.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Yeah.
Whatever.
But
I agree. Let's firm
Okay.
up the date, and
Okay.
if we can't get some people to come, then we just move with what we got.
And September is okay too, just to say,
Yeah.
I think there's an appetite. We were hearing
Yeah.
a couple times lately. Let's keep
Yeah.
our workshops up.
Agreed.
Okay.
I have a few things.
Yeah.
The first is the parade chairs.
Oh, yeah. Great.
You forgot, sir. The other thing I would like to bring up,
Well,
I'm sorry.
When you say the parade chairs, creating a policy about
Whatever.
when someone can start leaving their chairs.
Right, because there's been issues with them out there and getting in the way of those that, you know, with wheelchairs and all of that. It's a big deal. So I'd like to address that.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have a friendly suggestion if you want to hear it.
Okay.
Here it is. You ready?
Yep.
You have a special meeting this Thursday.
Oh.
I'm not saying you have to do this, but, you know, this group will be together on Thursday, and I would say timing is a little bit of the essence.
Right,
Here.
absolutely.
Waiting till the 23rd is probably not great. Just real quick, I know this is a council member
Yeah,
section.
I mean,
What's that?
do you want to do something before July 4th?
Well,
Or
I
do you
think
want to
we
do something for a future?
I think like now,
calendar
it's an
year?
issue. It's like almost a month before the 4th of July, and every day when I go through town,
So
there's.
the Mayor Pro Tem and I discussed this, and we kind of walked through some of the pitfalls I've experienced elsewhere in similar situations. It really needs some council guidance.
Okay.
Yes.
Or at
that-
least we could talk about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Talk
Yes.
about it. The other thing is I don't know if we want to call it the pickleball ordinance or what that we need.
So
And
this
then-
one, if I'm sorry, I just keep
Okay.
stepping all over you,
That's
but
all right.
I think what we talked about, if you're okay with me translating this in my words, it would be an introduction of an ordinance establishing allowed play at the Libby courts.
Right.
Would you agree with that characterization?
The rules for.
Right. Yes. I'm sorry. I had a mind for, yeah. So to go through that to see tennis courts or tennis.
And actually, council previously provided direction that we bring that back to council
Right.
for further action. So, so we do have that in
Right.
the works.
Are we
Um,
going to not allow Ojai Day pickleball, which has been for 5 years?
It's going to be discussed.
That
Oh,
would,
okay.
That would be something.
Yeah,
that we
that's
would
all
bring
on
to
the- in
council.
this
It's
discussion.
on
I
the,
wasn't- I
it's on the
thought-
table.
It's like if we can
Okay.
address it, get it dialed in so we can stop it.
Yeah, no, I just was wondering, I heard that, you know, we already had moved
So
to
at
that,
the-
but it hadn't been discussed
No,
before.
yeah.
Not move to it,
But
move to
council
bring
provided
forward.
direction previously that we bring back a policy for council
Okay.
consideration.
All right, great, thank you.
That's all. Sorry
Yep.
for the.
And then
No, it's all good.
the last thing is protocols like for a communication policy.
Mm-hmm. We
Does
were
that
happy to
mean-
put that on a future meeting.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Just like there's been issues, you know, and people reach out and stuff, and sorry, I'm going to use you
Go
as a
ahead.
reference. The whole deal, the most recent was after OUSD saying, no, we're not going to go ahead and put this on the ballot. That's fine. And then there's a statement on the front page of the newspaper with you saying, okay, here, what about this and all of this stuff? And it just seemed, you know, so he's wearing his mayor hat talking about things when we haven't been involved with that. I think there just has to, and it's not the first time that it's happened. We've had these discussions in the past, and I just think there needs to be some guidelines on what you're going to say where, what hat you're wearing.
I think there's some serious misunderstandings about the way we are thinking about those things. So it would be good to flesh it
Yeah,
out.
let's have a discussion about it. I mean, there is the First Amendment, right? There is, I mean, you know,
But that'll be the subject.
that'll be the subject. Very good. Okay.
Just going back to
Yeah.
the chairs item, sorry.
Mhm.
We're going to,
Do you have to notice that?
well,
I
we
mean,
do.
it's like, you
we
know.
do. And so I'm just warning you guys, the agenda report will be very scant. Okay, it will be because we have to publish that by tomorrow at 3
3
o'clock.
p.m.
Is this something that the public should be aware of? Because they won't.
Well, so this is,
I
you,
mean-
you guys could talk about it in the meeting, and then maybe that's part of the direction you take, is that you want to bring it back some more. I don't know what, but it's just a starting point.
Okay.
That's how I'm going to characterize it, that this has been, been a topic that the council is beginning to address, and just leave it at
I
that.
mean, yeah, I think that's fair enough. I think also it's a very timely issue. But I will say that there will be pushback on, oh, you noticed it yesterday in the meetings tomorrow?
Right. So
okay.
we're going to be very
Yeah.
light touch on the agenda
Yeah, we're
report.
gonna-
Council will have
yeah.
a general discussion about
And I
this.
think we preface the discussion with the fact that, this is not meant to be, I mean, we'll know what to say.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's a safety issue.
It's a safety issue, and we just have to move on it because blah, 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 and we're not trying to
I'm
not
seeing
let
interest.
people
Can
know.
someone give me a second on the chairs topic?
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
I figured
Okay.
you all want to.
And then this doesn't need to be right away, but it needs to be before next July 4th. Multiple people have come here and have also communicated with me individually that we need to take a look at our policy concerning having fireworks.
Yeah.
And the alternative, potentially a drone-based, I don't want to, I know it's too late to do anything this year, but we should at least have that discussion about whether we want to put limitations on.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed that we didn't get to that because we pushed it off, saying we pushed it off for last year.
It's
saying
on,
it was
it's on the
too.
July 14th.
It was too. It was too.
It's already on the
No,
calendar.
for next year. For next year. Yeah, in other words, we're on the working agenda. It's on
It's
right
been,
after 4th
but
of July.
This is one of the things
I
that
know. It
you
keeps-
It's been kicked down the road for a while. You're
It's
right.
been kicked down the road
You're
for
right. You're
over
right.
a year.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And
There has to be
I
some
will
kind of
just say.
priority of things that we see on next agendas, like the priority. You know what I mean? Instead of just putting like some.
I mean, it's very
fine-tuning
disappointing.
of it. I don't know what the right
I'm very
word is, but,
disappointed.
like this, so it's been over a year, 4th of July, we're gonna do it after the fact.
Yeah, so we should have a listing, and I'm sure Weston would like to keep it uncalendared.
So we have that in the
future
working.
agenda
We
items.
have that in the working agenda currently.
We have had lists of
I
things
would-
where we ask people to prioritize.
I'm just going to push back a teeny bit,
Yeah.
guys. I just need you to look at it.
Okay.
And because we give it out to you, and I hear from some of you like, hey, what the heck happened to this item, or what the hell is going on here? Just tell us, because we have
Yeah.
them on there.
Right, okay.
So Weston, just make sure, please, tomorrow you send out the most recent version
So do we yell, hey, what the hell did you order to him?
to me, or
had to
both of us.
clarify.
Yeah, that's good.
You're gonna be,
Yell at Weston.
you're gonna be more polite towards Weston when you raise the issue than you are gonna be to Ben.
Are there other
Anything else?
future
That's
agenda
all I have.
requests?
Any other future agenda items? All right. Oh, well,
There are, but
Past 10.
Yeah.
okay, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.